Knowledge is information, but not all information turns into knowledge. Today, every company leaves digital footprints in hundreds of different sources. But this information by itself does not tell you who it is you're looking at and what the risks of doing business with them are. Businesses can't exist in a vacuum. They need employees, customers, partners, contractors, investors. Good counteragents help a company succeed, create products, make profit, expand business opportunities. But what about bad ones? 49% of organizations around the world say that they've been victims of fraud or economic crime. 2/3 of Russian companies say they've encountered economic crime in the past 2 years. This is significantly higher than the global average. Every year, 15% of companies simply disappear, whether on their own initiative or because they're forced to do so by tax bodies, often leaving unpaid debts. If you want to minimize your risk, you need to find and analyze every scrap of information you can, identifying, analyzing, collecting facts. Processing big data is impossible without qualified specialists, experience, time, expensive equipment, new technology, machine learning, graphs. Spark Interfax gathers information from all available sources and converts it into knowledge, allowing you to see the world of business in its entirety with all its risks and opportunities. And there's no doubt that tomorrow we'll be able to understand the world of business even better, thanks to the emerging digital economy, cutting-edge technology, and the availability of new information about the lives of companies. Knowledge decreases risks and creates trust, the foundation of any successful business. Knowledge is information, but not all information turns into knowledge. Today, every company leaves digital footprints in hundreds of different sources. But this information by itself does not tell you who it is you're looking at and what the risks of doing business with them are. Businesses can't exist in a vacuum. They need employees, customers, partners, contractors, investors. Good counteragents help a company succeed, create products, make profit, expand business opportunities. But what about bad ones? 49% of organizations around the world say that they've been victims of fraud or economic crime. 2/3 of Russian companies say they've encountered economic crime in the past 2 years. This is significantly higher than the global average. Every year, 15% of companies simply disappear, whether on their own initiative or because they're forced to do so by tax bodies, often leaving unpaid debts. If you want to minimize your risk, you need to find and analyze every scrap of information you can, identifying, analyzing, collecting facts. Processing big data is impossible without qualified specialists, experience, time, expensive equipment, new technology, machine learning, graphs. Spark Interfax gathers information from all available sources and converts it into knowledge, allowing you to see the world of business in its entirety with all its risks and opportunities. And there's no doubt that tomorrow we'll be able to understand the world of business even better, thanks to the emerging digital economy, cutting-edge technology, and the availability of new information about the lives of companies. Knowledge decreases risks and creates trust, the foundation of any successful business.
Good morning, afternoon, and evening to our viewers online. Thank you to Renaissance Capital for hosting us today. I'm Tom Blackwell, and it's my great pleasure to have a chance to speak to Alexander Shulgin, the CEO of Ozon, who I think is one of the most exciting companies in the market today and a recent entrant to the public capital markets. Alexander, great to see you. Thank you for being with us today.
Hello, Tom. Hello, everyone. Thank you for the opportunity to be here.
So as I mentioned, Alexander, you IPO'd very successfully at the end of last year, for which congratulations. And actually, I would say a lot of people have credited Ozon with having effectively reopened the Russian IPO market, I guess, for which thank you. But let me ask you, how is life as a public company, and what would you say have been some of the most important developments to your business since you went public?
Sure, thank you. So we had a fantastic start to the year with 135% GMV growth in Q1, which was the sixth quarter in a row with GMV growth exceeding 100%. We are very encouraged by our progress to date and raised our GMV guidance for the full year to 100% or over. In our business, marketplace remains the core growth engine, and we saw a number of sellers quadruple on our platform year over year in Q1. And the very high growth rate continues, obviously. Infrastructure is very important in this business because it provides fast and reliable delivery, which people enjoy. So recently we opened a fulfillment center in Far East in Khabarovsk. Now we provide fast delivery to all regions of Russia with 100 million people covered by fast and reliable delivery. We continue to expand infrastructure in Moscow. This month in July, we opened our new ever largest fulfillment center in Moscow to accommodate even larger assortment and so on. So huge opportunity for growth, and the whole company is focused on achieving the growth rates. Long term, we wish to aspire a milestone of 500,000 sellers on our platform, which we believe is definitely achievable based on number of businesses that operate in Russia, which means that assortment could expand to 200 million SKUs or more than that. And our mid to long-term aspiration of GMV is 2.5 trillion rubles in mid to long term. We do not, by the way, we don't plan to limit ourselves to Russia only. We think there is great value in onboarding sellers and customers from neighboring countries to build this unified marketplace which caters to everyone. And this year we're opening operations in Belarus and Kazakhstan, but we will not limit ourselves to these two countries.
No, that's fantastic. So you've mentioned Khabarovsk and also some of the neighboring countries. And so if we have time later, maybe we'll come back to this question of regional and expansion. But coming back maybe to the IPO. So at the time of the listing, you raised around $1 billion. And then a few months later, you raised a further 750 million via a convertible bond issue. Can you give us some color in terms of how you're using these funds or how you intend to use these funds going forward?
Sure. Infrastructure and technology are very important drivers of the business growth and also of achieving high efficiency. So obviously we plan to invest in building more fulfillment capacity and more logistics capacity and invest in information technology, meaning data centers, equipment, and so on. So in 2021, we plan to invest between 20 to 25 billion rubles in infrastructure, meaning fulfillment centers and sorting centers on logistics side and information technology. Longer term, we plan to build the network of about 1 million square meters of fulfillment capacity. On top of this, we built new verticals like fintech and express delivery of grocery items and non-grocery as well.
Yeah, I wonder if I can pick up on that. You mentioned the new verticals in fintech. Could you maybe give us a little bit more in terms of your thinking here and what Ozon's strategy is around fintech and maybe other verticals?
We believe that fintech is highly complementary to e-commerce proposition for both sides of the marketplace, for sellers and for buyers. On the buyer side of the marketplace, our core product here is Ozon Card, the debit card. We have already issued 1 million cards. This is a very good retention tool for us, about 60% higher frequency of orders with people who use Ozon Card compared to other payment methods. There is also buy now, pay later installment product integrated in Ozon, developed by our fintech team. So these are two main verticals on the buy side. On the seller side, providing capital to the sellers in partnership with multiple banks is the key product that we developed here. Recently, we also announced acquisition of a bank, marking a new milestone in development of our financial services. This deal will help Ozon to expand the range and improve quality of both B2B and B2C products as we aim to become the platform of choice on financial side for buyers and sellers. With the banking license, we will be able to fully integrate fintech solutions, continue to partner with banks, by the way, into Ozon application. That's on fintech. Another very important area of development for us is providing faster delivery. We develop a network of dark stores in Moscow, and not only in Moscow, with 1 hour delivery. These dark stores also provide, they store and we're selling grocery items, fresh and frozen and so on, with 1 hour delivery. And again, faster delivery is a big trend in the market. Obviously, we need to provide this service to our customers. Now the whole territory of Moscow is covered with 1 hour delivery, and we are starting our regional expansion with first city to enter, St. Pete, which we announced about a week ago.
Yeah, maybe since you mentioned the St. Petersburg again in the regional expansion, can I maybe just have a quick follow-up question around that and ask you just how you see further regional expansion across Russia? Obviously, it's an incredibly vast market and vast territory, and so no shortage of challenges when you're rolling out the regional expansion. But how are you thinking about that?
So on the regional expansion, if I understood your question correctly, it's very important to provide fast and reliable delivery. Therefore, we're developing fulfillment centers, a network of fulfillment centers, and we'll also do dark stores and also logistics capabilities for sellers, so that any business in Russia can provide fast delivery to all of these 100 million of customers in Russia and hopefully beyond Russian borders as well. Maybe. Yeah, I'm not sure I got the question correctly. So.
No, that's great. It's just interesting to think about how you're thinking about the further expansion there, given that we could come out of the St. Petersburg announcement. But let me come to another question, which I know is a question that's on a lot of people's minds. So you've obviously been growing extremely rapidly, which is great, and very successfully. At the same time, the business today is not profitable. How are you thinking about profitability going forward?
Well, in this business, sustainable profitability comes with scale. We have seen costs as percentage of GMV declining for several quarters already. For example, in Q1, our EBITDA loss in ruble terms was comparable to Q1 2020, so a year ago, whilst the whole business, GMV of the business grew 155%, which means that the fixed and semi-fixed costs, they decline as percent of GMV with scale. So achieving larger scale faster is extremely important. So we can turn profitable very quickly if we need to, but long term, I think it's in the best interest of the shareholders to maximize growth of the company. And this is what we do, developing the marketplace and developing the infrastructure to accelerate this dilution of fixed and semi-fixed costs. So, yeah.
Sorry. No, I cut you off, Alexander.
Well, as we discussed, the objective is to expand assortment and provide fast delivery of this large assortment to customers, which means that the retention of customers increasing. By the way, frequency of purchase is growing about 30% year over year in Q1 compared to Q1 last year. And we have seen growth of frequency for many years. Cohort sustainably improve from year to year for 5 years already, which means that as frequency improves and density of orders improves, costs go down as percentage of GMV, which makes the economics work. We have seen this in multiple examples of this model work in different countries of the world, in Western Europe, in the United States, in Asia.
That's brilliant, Alexander. I've actually slightly lost your sound. Is it just on my end?
I hear you clearly.
Okay. Yes, you're back indeed. Thank you very much. So thank you for all of that around profitability. I think that's great guidance and great color in terms of how you're thinking about it. I want to address another topic, which is obviously top of mind for everyone around. So in Russia, it really feels like we're entering into a new wave of COVID, right? And presumably with potential restrictions and mobility limitations that might come along with that. So what do you think might be the impact on your business if we do go into another significant wave, for example, as we had last year?
Well, what happened in Q2 last year when there was lockdown, we saw a very high spike in share of courier delivery, because as people were staying at home, obviously courier delivery was a preferred channel. And we were ready for that with substantial infrastructure investments that we did in previous periods. So we were able to provide the reliable service with fast delivery to people, which resulted in GMV growth rate of about 189% year over year. I'd like to say that we'll have a spike like that, but definitely this lockdown situation accelerates. I had a technical glitch here.
Yeah, but I believe you're back. I can hear you.
Okay. Now we are substantially more ready to any restrictions if they happen, with substantially larger infrastructure capacity, more sorting stations, more couriers, and so on. So I think that company now is substantially better shape if lockdown starts again. From safety perspective, we were the first company actually to introduce contactless delivery in the Russian market well ahead of COVID situation in 2019. And obviously people like the service, especially in current reality. And we're implementing all required safety measures in our fulfillment and logistics infrastructure.
Yeah, no, absolutely. So I wonder if actually I can ask you, so some of the companies that have definitely been hit by COVID are in the SME sector. I think it's been a challenge for SME businesses. At the same time, I know SMEs are an important part of your business. What is your take generally in terms of the state of the SME sector in Russia today? And then maybe coming back on more specifically onto Ozon, how do you see the potential growth for Ozon in this space?
Mm-hmm. As we meet our sellers in different places of Russia, in Moscow, St. Pete, Kazan, and other regional cities, we have seen that access to platforms like Ozon, and especially Ozon, was a very big boost to their business in 2020, when, for example, their offline outlets were not able to operate, while e-commerce was demonstrating very high growth. And I personally heard some people saying that Ozon was literally saving their businesses. In this aspired number of 500,000 sellers that we want to achieve, a substantial number, more than 50% for sure, will be SMEs. So currently, share of marketplace in our business reached 58% as percent of GMV, compared to 33% in Q1 last year, and 90% of our assortment, even 90%, 90 million SKUs, comes from sellers, with more than 50% for sure of this business SMEs. So I would say that things that we do, technology, the platform, logistics infrastructure, is a huge enabler of growth of small and medium businesses, which enables them to compete against large multinational companies, which was like, it's a massive change compared to what to their competitive abilities, say, 10 years ago.
That's interesting. I wonder if I'd like to get your view on another big theme that's been on the top of minds for a lot of Russian companies in the capital markets, which is this sort of unprecedented rise in the retail investment in Russia. So this was a topic that, I think was something we were discussing for many years, but really only in the last year or so, this became a real reality. And I believe even in your IPO, obviously it was principally an institutional deal, but I believe there was still some reasonable participation of retail investors. And it was one of the first Russian IPOs, I think, where that was the case. So I'm interested in your sort of impressions from having dealt with retail investors and looking forward, how big of an opportunity is this trend for a company like yours?
Mm-hmm. Well, we're also a consumer brand with like 80 million people in Russia having access to our service and 16 million active customers in Q1 this year. So obviously, one of the reasons I think people decide to invest in Ozon is our quality of service, which means it's a kind of double responsibility, not only as the company, like from the investment side, but also from the quality of service side. So we understand the responsibility, and it's very important to provide even higher, better service, and for people who are also our shareholders as well. But I think this boom in retail investment is also something that helps Ozon on the capital side.
Mm-hmm. I wonder if we can shift gear a bit, and for any business like yours, for your continued success, your continued growth, such a big component of that success is people. And I think that there is growing competition from across the board for the kind of talent that you need to be able to make a business like yours work. So I wonder if you can talk about sort of generally, how do you compete for talent in the market, and where do you compete? And sort of more specifically, what do you have to do to make Ozon the kind of company that can really attract and retain the top talent that makes you so successful?
Competition for talent is a reality, obviously, especially on the technology side. So hiring engineers is a challenge for, I think, basically every company in Russia, I think globally as well, simply because technology becomes an essential part of every business. There are no IT companies, no more. I mean, every company has to be a technology company. With very high growth rate of Ozon, I think, and also once Ozon became a public company, our ability to compete for people has substantially improved. We plan to have about 3,000 people on technology side, I mean engineering team of Ozon by the end of this year. And our ability to attract and retain has substantially improved. We also do a lot on building the internship program, because it's very important to onboard people as fast as possible and as young as possible, because new ideas come from younger people. So, yeah. We work with multiple universities to provide internship possibilities for students.
And are you finding, you know, where would you say is the primary competition for talent? As you said, every company needs to be a technology company in a way. So are you really feeling the impact of industrial companies that are going through their technological sort of industrial revolution? I mean, do you feel them as real competitors as well for the talent that you need?
Mm-hmm. Well, given very high growth rate of our technology team means that we collect people from different companies, so probably we are more on the offensive side in our hiring plans. What I mean on technology competition, that like cost of retention will continue to increase. Here, by the way, our employee equity incentive program helps a lot.
Yeah, no, I can imagine that can be a significant factor. Let's talk a little bit as we start to wrap up around kind of competition and so on. So the session that happens next in the conference today will be around ecosystems, the battle of ecosystems and competition. So I wonder if you can, you know, put ozone into that context. So how do you sort of see yourself as part of this kind of battle of ecosystems that we'll be discussing more in the next session?
Well, if we narrow it more to e-commerce market, still in the nascent stage. Penetration of e-commerce is about 8%, if I remember correctly. But I mean, it's substantially lower than in all developed markets around the globe, including US, Asia, Europe, whatever. So, which means that the market will continue to grow very fast, and there will be lots of space for companies to compete and I mean to grow as well. I wouldn't say that there is fierce competition now in the e-commerce area, despite lots of news and press releases. It's so far it's a land grab situation given very high growth rate of the market and also very low consolidation of the market. Lots of opportunities for growth. We see ourselves as a platform, not an ecosystem. What I mean here is that our objective is to provide any service that Ozon provides at will to our sellers, which means that they can use our platform and not use our logistics infrastructure and not use our fulfillment center if they want, or use our logistics without the need to list their products on Ozon marketplace. So we believe in power competition and power of choice without any bundling of services. From competitive situation, as we discussed, I think for several years to come, at least, the main objective and the main threat for the company is execution on our plan. Yeah, I mean, internal factors. If we execute well, we'll be able to demonstrate very high growth rates. Because demand from the seller community and customer side, buyer side of the market is immense, which is demonstrated by the growth rate.
Yeah, I mean, maybe continuing on this theme around competition. I mean, I think one of the things that makes Russia really sort of stand out as a market in the world is that in most other countries, you have a few big global players that dominate, whether it's in the search space or whether it's, you know, e-commerce, the Amazons and so on. Whereas Russia has been one of a few markets in the world where you've had local players that actually sort of dominate the space. Do you think that will continue? Why do you think that is? And do you think that will continue to be the case, or might you see further increased competition from some of the global players, US or otherwise?
Hello?
Hi, Alexander. Yeah, I believe you're back.
Tom?
Yes, you're back. We can hear you. Can you hear me, Alexander? Hopefully we'll have this resolved soon, and we'll get back to wrapping up our interview. The challenges of online conferences will never completely go away. Alexander, I believe we have you back.
Yes, I lost connection temporarily. Sorry.
No problem at all. It's a reality of our new realities.
Yes. So the question was on why Russia has so like local players and competition between local players. So, like,
Yeah,
I lost connection
absolutely.
while you were asking the question.
Yeah, let me recap. So I think, Russia stands out in a way. It's one of a few countries in the world where you haven't had the dominance of the sort of the global players, but you've had homegrown companies that have taken dominant positions, whether it's in search or taxi or e-commerce or what have you. I wonder if you have any, quick thoughts around why you believe that is. And do you think that potentially that could change in future? Could you see additional, sort of further, stronger competition coming from some of the external players?
Mm-hmm. Well, I think, like, hard to comment here, but I think Russia had a very strong, still has very strong IT engineering culture, which enabled growth of domestic IT companies like Yandex and Mail.ru and many other businesses, to name. So, and the quality of the product that they develop is competitive versus global peers, including like large international brands. That's first. Second, it's a large market, but unique in a way, idiosyncratic, which means that it requires special effort by global companies to enter this market. But it's not huge like Asian market, like China, for example, or Western Europe. So it requires lots of effort, but it's not that large, which creates a unique situation for domestic technology companies, and not only technology companies, to operate. And while there is lots of technology talent, there are multiple providers of service. So multiple players in e-commerce, multiple players in other segments, which creates a unique situation for, by the way, for small and medium businesses, for example, because in this competition, the quality of offering that they have, both on technology side and logistics and marketing and whatever, has substantially improved even in the last 3 years, which means that like opportunity for growth for both for small and medium businesses and for platforms like ours is very large. This is what I believe in.
We're coming up on time. I'm going to give you one more sort of open-ended question, which is just to look into the future. In 3 to 5 years' time, what are some of the things that make you most excited about the future in terms of opportunities for Ozon?
Well, first of all, is the growth opportunity. This is one of the reasons why, by the way, why I moved from Yandex to Ozon in 2017. I think we're still in the very beginning of the growth of e-commerce platforms like Ozon and their impact on overall economy. And second, what I'm really excited with is really the way our company enables growth of small and medium businesses. We really see them growing very fast, achieving very high turnover, and catering to millions of customers. This was never available before. So it's a massive change to the overall economy. Also, I'm very excited about new verticals that we develop. they're still very small. I mean, so far because they're very new, like fintech and groceries and fast delivery. But I think that customers appreciate this on both sides of the marketplace, which means that like immense opportunity there.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And as I mentioned earlier in the interview, it does feel like we maybe are entering into another kind of lockdown. But I know that we'll take a lot of comfort knowing that there is a player like Ozone out there, because we know you'll look after us however shut down and locked down we are in our flats. So it's Alexander, it's a great pleasure to talk to you as always. It's a very exciting business and clearly much still to come. So we wish you all the very best with it. And thank you again to Renaissance Capital for hosting us today.
Thank you very much, Tom, and have a good health.
Yeah, be well, be healthy, as we say. Yeah.
Knowledge is information, but not all information turns into knowledge. Today, every company leaves digital footprints in hundreds of different sources. But this information by itself does not tell you who it is you're looking at and what the risks of doing business with them are. Businesses can't exist in a vacuum. They need employees, customers, partners, contractors, investors. Good counteragents help a company succeed, create products, make profit, expand business opportunities. But what about bad ones? 49% of organizations around the world say that they've been victims of fraud or economic crime. 2/3 of Russian companies say they've encountered economic crime in the past 2 years. This is significantly higher than the global average. Every year, 15% of companies simply disappear, whether on their own initiative or because they're forced to do so by tax bodies, often leaving unpaid debts. If you want to minimize your risk, you need to find and analyze every scrap of information you can, identifying, analyzing, collecting facts. Processing big data is impossible without qualified specialists, experience, time, expensive equipment, new technology, machine learning, graphs. Spark Interfax gathers information from all available sources and converts it into knowledge, allowing you to see the world of business in its entirety with all its risks and opportunities. And there's no doubt that tomorrow we'll be able to understand the world of business even better, thanks to the emerging digital economy, cutting-edge technology, and the availability of new information about the lives of companies. Knowledge decreases risks and creates trust, the foundation of any successful business. Knowledge is information, but not all information turns into knowledge. Today, every company leaves digital footprints in hundreds of different sources. But this information by itself does not tell you who it is you're looking at and what the risks of doing business with them are. Businesses can't exist in a vacuum. They need employees, customers, partners, contractors, investors. Good counteragents help a company succeed, create products, make profit, expand business opportunities. But what about bad ones? 49% of organizations around the world say that they've been victims of fraud or economic crime. 2/3 of Russian companies say they've encountered economic crime in the past 2 years. This is significantly higher than the global average. Every year, 15% of companies simply disappear, whether on their own initiative or because they're forced to do so by tax bodies, often leaving unpaid debts. If you want to minimize your risk, you need to find and analyze every scrap of information you can, identifying, analyzing, collecting facts. Processing big data is impossible without qualified specialists, experience, time, expensive equipment, new technology, machine learning, graphs. Spark Interfax gathers information from all available sources and converts it into knowledge, allowing you to see the world of business in its entirety with all its risks and opportunities. And there's no doubt that tomorrow we'll be able to understand the world of business even better, thanks to the emerging digital economy, cutting-edge technology, and the availability of new information about the lives of companies. Knowledge decreases risks and creates trust, the foundation of any successful business. Knowledge is information, but not all information turns into knowledge. Today, every company leaves digital footprints in hundreds of different sources. But this information by itself does not tell you who it is you're looking at and what the risks of doing business with them are. Businesses can't exist in a vacuum. They need employees, customers, partners, contractors, investors. Good counteragents help a company succeed, create products, make profit, expand business opportunities. But what about bad ones? 49% of organizations around the world say that they've been victims of fraud or economic crime. 2/3 of Russian companies say they've encountered economic crime in the past 2 years. This is significantly higher than the global average. Every year, 15% of companies simply disappear, whether on their own initiative or because they're forced to do so by tax bodies, often leaving unpaid debts. If you want to minimize your risk, you need to find and analyze every scrap of information you can, identifying, analyzing, collecting facts. Processing big data is impossible without qualified specialists, experience, time, expensive equipment, new technology, machine learning, graphs. Spark Interfax gathers information from all available sources and converts it into knowledge, allowing you to see the world of business in its entirety with all its risks and opportunities. And there's no doubt that tomorrow we'll be able to understand the world of business even better thanks to the emerging digital economy, cutting-edge technology, and the availability of new information about the lives of companies. Knowledge decreases risks and creates trust, the foundation of any successful business. Knowledge is information, but not all information turns into knowledge. Today, every company leaves digital footprints in hundreds of different sources. But this information by itself does not tell you who it is you're looking at and what the risks of doing business with them are. Businesses can't exist in a vacuum. They need employees, customers, partners, contractors, investors. Good counteragents help a company succeed, create products, make profit, expand business opportunities. But what about bad ones? 49% of organizations around the world say that they've been victims of fraud or economic crime. 2/3 of Russian companies say they've encountered economic crime in the past 2 years. This is significantly higher than the global average. Every year, 15% of companies simply disappear, whether on their own initiative or because they're forced to do so by tax bodies, often leaving unpaid debts. If you want to minimize your risk, you need to find and analyze every scrap of information you can, identifying, analyzing, collecting facts. Processing big data is impossible without qualified specialists, experience, time, expensive equipment, new technology, machine learning, graphs. Spark Interfax gathers information from all available sources and converts it into knowledge, allowing you to see the world of business in its entirety with all its risks and opportunities. And there's no doubt that tomorrow we'll be able to understand the world of business even better thanks to the emerging digital economy, cutting-edge technology, and the availability of new information about the lives of companies. Knowledge decreases risks and creates trust, the foundation of any successful business. Knowledge is information, but not all information turns into knowledge. Today, every company leaves digital footprints in hundreds of different sources. But this information by itself does not tell you who it is you're looking at and what the risks of doing business with them are. Businesses can't exist in a vacuum. They need employees, customers, partners, contractors, investors. Good counteragents help a company succeed, create products, make profit, expand business opportunities. But what about bad ones? 49% of organizations around the world say that they've been victims of fraud or economic crime. 2/3 of Russian companies say they've encountered economic crime in the past 2 years. This is significantly higher than the global average. Every year, 15% of companies simply disappear, whether on their own initiative or because they're forced to do so by tax bodies, often leaving unpaid debts. If you want to minimize your risk, you need to find and analyze every scrap of information you can, identifying, analyzing, collecting facts. Processing big data is impossible without qualified specialists, experience, time, expensive equipment, new technology, machine learning, graphs. Spark Interfax gathers information from all available sources and converts it into knowledge, allowing you to see the world of business in its entirety with all its risks and opportunities. And there's no doubt that tomorrow we'll be able to understand the world of business even better thanks to the emerging digital economy, cutting-edge technology, and the availability of new information about the lives of companies. Knowledge decreases risks and creates trust, the foundation of any successful business. Knowledge is information, but not all information turns into knowledge. Today, every company leaves digital footprints in hundreds of different sources. But this information by itself does not tell you who it is you're looking at and what the risks of doing business with them are. Businesses can't exist in a vacuum. They need employees, customers, partners, contractors, investors. Good counteragents help a company succeed, create products, make profit, expand business opportunities. But what about bad ones? 49% of organizations around the world say that they've been victims of fraud or economic crime. 2/3 of Russian companies say they've encountered economic crime in the past 2 years. This is significantly higher than the global average. Every year, 15% of companies simply disappear, whether on their own.
Hello, everyone, and welcome today to our panel where we are discussing ecosystems. I'm Daniel Salter, Head of Research at Renaissance Capital, and I'm joined as host by Kirill Panarin, who heads up our tech research and is armed with all the tough questions to ask. Now, we've seen the transformational effects of ecosystems and super apps right across Asia, including Tencent, Paytm, and Gojek, and we're now seeing Russia develop its own successful ecosystems. We had a meeting this week with one Kremlin official who said that the way ecosystems develop in Russia is going to be absolutely critical to the economy, both on the growth front and how do you regulate and encourage that growth going forwards. So today we've got 5 amazing speakers. We've got Oliver Hughes, the CEO of Tinkoff Group. We've got Anna Artamanova, the Vice President of Ecosystem Products at Mail Group. We've got Vyacheslav Nikolaev, President and CEO of MTS. We've got Dmitry Sergeyev, the CEO of AliExpress in Russia. And we've got Abdullah Al-Marzouki, the Deputy Head of Russia and CIS at Mudabala. Thank you all very much indeed for your time joining us today. Now, I'd like to start off by looking a bit more broadly at how you see ecosystems working. And my first question is to Oliver at Tinkoff, and then the same question to Anna at Mail. These days, we hear a lot about ecosystem strategies from many companies. What does it mean for you? What do you think are the critical components or services that you need to have in order to be considered an ecosystem, and more importantly, to be a successful one? Oliver.
Yeah, could I start?
You could do. It was meant to be Oliver, but Anna, please go ahead. Yeah.
Yeah, great. I could say that there is no obvious services that you have to have in a list of services in ecosystem. Basically, you can say that there are many different ecosystems in the world, and generally I could divide it into parts. For example, like general ecosystems, like we do, or maybe Yandex trying to do, or Sberbank trying to do, where we try to cover like a lot of people needs, and more niche specific ecosystems, which I believe maybe Tinkoff try to do, or another banks try to do, make financial services for the people. And but the main that doesn't matter what exactly includes in your ecosystem and what niche you try to take. But the important stuff is that ecosystem is not a list of services. It's not just you have service A, B, C, and it belongs to your company, and that means that you already have an ecosystem. Ecosystem means that you have synergy between these services. And from customer perspective, no, I have like, big presentation about this, and I divide it in 6 layers for my colleagues, but in a brief, from customer perspective, when I already use the Service One from your company, I feel like I have more value if I will use the second service. That value could be for example, time saving or money saving or better even new user experience. But as a customer, I obviously should receive new value from this, from using the second service of your company. And from the company perspective, so we need to create this value. We need to create user experience. We need to interconnect our services such way. So when you engage in one of, for example, in VK social network, you have much easier and more valuable path to use the second service, for example, VK Taxi or VK Music or something like this. And obviously, company also want to benefit from this situation, and we do, because when customers feel value, we receive value for the company. Is always we have in 2 ways. We could lower customer acquisition cost in each next service, and we could uplift our lifetime value from the customer, either through the retention, through the better retention, or through the higher ARPU from the user. So anyway, so this situation is win-win situation for both of us. Customer receive better service for the same money or less time or great user experience. We receive like more loyal customers. That's it in a brief.
Thanks, Anna. And Oliver, do you have a similar strategy at Tinkoff? How does it differ?
Sure. So Anna put it quite nicely in terms of the benefits to the user. So what are the reasons for a user to use more services in a particular place? So let's call it an ecosystem. Anna's right that we don't have plans to become in Tinkoff a huge general purpose ecosystem covering all the verticals. So we have a slightly different strategy. Our core is obviously financial services for consumer, financial services for small and medium business. But around that, we have a few verticals that we've chosen to go into. So we have verticals that we've built out ourselves and gone into organically. This is travel, this is mobile services, this is content, relevant content to our business. We've done a few M&A moves recently, so we've gone into entertainment, ticketing basically, and we've also recently gone into loyalty in a much bigger way. And then for everything else, we partner. So we have 15 million customers currently in our ecosystem. That's growing very rapidly. We're number 3 by active customers in the financial services in Russia, and we need to provide relevant services to them. So as Anna quite rightly said, it's not about the sheer number of services that you have, although relevant services to your customer base is very important. But it's the experience that you give them and the reasons for them to be in your ecosystem, consuming more and more services and products. So we see this around interface with great UX. We see it as built around a frictionless service, switching between services, single sign-on, so that you have access to all of this without messing around with tons of different complex passwords and different experience each time in terms of authentication. The way the data is collected, managed, and used to drive relevancy to you, and obviously engagement. So for the ecosystem itself, it's about engagement, but I suspect that's something we'll be talking a lot about as we go through the panel.
Great, thank you, Oliver. I'm very interested, as we go across industries, to hear from Vyacheslav at MTS. I mean, firstly, what is your view as to what it takes to create a successful ecosystem. But more specifically, I think one of the features that we're seeing in Russia is that connectivity is increasingly becoming a central pillar for many players. So Sberbank and Tinkoff offer their own branded mobile connectivity. And of course, MTS is building an ecosystem on top of a telecom base. Vyacheslav, from your perspective within the industry, what makes connectivity so critical for ecosystem players? And do you expect this trend to continue?
Okay, hello. I think that, first of all, you're absolutely right. A lot of companies that are building ecosystems, they're trying to move towards some kind of providing connectivity. There are quite a few reasons for that. The main reason for that, in my view, is that telecom is something that people are used to paying on a monthly basis, and this is something that is really necessary, in comparison with even social networks, where there are a lot of much more contacts that people have with social network. But you can talk about search engines, you can talk about even banking. You have to have regular financial relationships with your client. In this case, you will be able to bundle it with additional service rather, neatly. Your funnel is becoming much easier than in case you need to search for his credit card to be entered into your form. So I think this is the main reason, and this is we see this, of course, as our competitive advantage, because we can work the quality issue from end to end, and a lot of other services are being provided through connectivity. So you can use it also for big data. And big data is also I've realized, of course, that there are quite a lot of, I would say, complete sets of data that would allow you to provide your customer with a relevant advice on the next service that your customer is going to need. But then again, the key here, in my view, is the ability to provide it with financial, financial shoulder for him to purchase this right away. I think that's the main reason for everyone to go for connectivity.
Okay, thank you, Vyacheslav. If we move on to AliExpress, Dmitry, do you think ecosystem creation or being part of an ecosystem is now becoming a must-have for any tech or digital service these days? I think so far most of the leading e-commerce companies in Russia are still more focused on their core offering, and they're yet really to be fully focused on ecosystems. Do you see that changing? Do you think ecosystem strategy becomes a must-have for online retailers, e-commerce companies? Can they be successful without offering such a service to customers?
Yeah, hello everyone. First of all, I would say that marketplaces are building ecosystems in itself, right? Because the idea of the marketplace is to connect supply and demand. In other words, connect merchants or sellers to the customers. And I think that we recently saw a lot of moves from some of our competitors into financial services, into other verticals. And I would say that the trend of building ecosystems around major e-commerce platforms, I think, well, A, it's global, and B, we see more and more of these things happening here. In our case, we, on one hand, build our own platform, as I said, by connecting sellers and buyers. On another hand, we also participate in a wider mail ecosystem where we build, as Anna mentioned, we build unique use cases with an idea of, on one hand, decreasing customer acquisition cost, on another hand, increasing retention, because we can create a lot of unique use cases, social only use cases, not only for the buyers, but also for the sellers, because a lot of these sellers are already on the social platforms, and by interconnecting them with their customers and providing purely transactional platform to do logistics, to do payments, to serve these transactions, we can really create new value. And at the end of the day, I completely agree with what everybody says. It's about value creation for the customer, be it the seller in our case or the buyer. We see that social can be a powerful tool to give this new value. On another hand, of course, the whole big topic of loyalty programs, where I can, in various places, collect or redeem different points that are interconnected through one loyalty program. And a lot of these things we do together with Mail, being the part of the wider Mail ecosystem.
Okay, so it sounds as though getting the interconnectivity right is absolutely key here. Moving on to Abdullah, could you talk a bit about your exposure at Mubadala to the tech sector? Are there particular segments in tech that you find most promising at the moment? And when you consider investing into tech companies, how important is their ecosystem strategy to you?
Thank you, Daniel, for the introduction. Thank you for inviting me here today. And first, I'd like to say it's a pleasure to be joining my esteemed colleagues on the panel today. So, of course, I'll talk about Mubadala from an investor's perspective. And let's start with the journey Mubadala had with technology. It started back in 2007, when we first had significant investments into semiconductors through our investments into AMD and Global Foundries. So almost 15 years ago. Fast forward to 2017, that's when we established our ventures and growth team, a team that spans across the globe from the US to Europe to the MENA region, looking at early stage startups. And one of the value adds that Mubadala brings as an investor, I like to think, or I've heard this term, smart investors. Smart money, because we don't just bring capital to the table, but we are connected to a wide range of smart investors across the globe, be it Silver Lake or SoftBank, where we have very strong relationships and partnerships. So let's move on to Abu Dhabi specifically, and I'd like to echo what Anas said about ecosystems and the definition of ecosystems. I think ecosystems are not necessarily only online, but we like to think of Hub 71, an incubator that we helped in developing in Abu Dhabi, as an ecosystem which provides the startups and the founders and the entrepreneurs with access to both capital, world-class customers, mentorship programs, and market opportunities. Now, fast forward to 2014, that's when the Russia investment program, a $6 billion commitment to be invested in the Russian economy. That's when it was established. And we are long-term investors. That's another unique aspect of our investment program. And in 2018, quickly through our partnerships, through our investments and understanding of the Russian economy, we understood that tech needs to be a major part of our investment program, and our allocation continues to increase over time. And just to highlight some of the investments that we've made over the years, so we've had 6 investments to date in logistics, video on demand, artificial intelligence, edtech, e-commerce, and so on. Most notably, and maybe most recently, our investment in Telegram. And then let's tie it back to your question, Dan, about ecosystems. AliExpress Russia, Dimitri is here with us today. We are proud investors in AliExpress Russia, because this is an ecosystem that's being provided not only, and it's a cross-border, the #1 player in the Russian market. So it's a great example of partnership, and this is one of our key values, where you have Alibaba, RDIF, Megaphone, and Mail all coming together to create this the AliExpress Russia. And I'd like to echo. So in terms of the themes that you or the, I don't like to think of tech as an independent sector. I like to think of it as themes, because today tech cuts across all sectors and industries. So the themes that we like to focus on are mobility, marketplaces, and consumer technology. And when it comes to enterprise spaces, health tech and ed tech, those are major examples that we look at. So not only locally, but internationally as well. So Mubadala invested recently $1.2 billion into Jio, so an Indian megatech company. And this demonstrates our excitement about opportunities, especially when it comes to the ecosystems, not just locally within Russia, but internationally. And we continue to be excited about this sector.
That's great. Thanks, Abdullah. Dan, let me take over from here to touch on some specifics of the ecosystem strategies. And first of all, a question to Oliver and Vyacheslav on the super app phenomenon. So we know that super apps are very popular in many Asian markets and not very much so in the West. In Russia, it looks like there are different strategies at different companies at this stage. For example, Tinkoff has one app where users can do many things, from paying utility bills and P2P transfers to investments and restaurant bookings. And for example, MTS also has various services, but it has multiple different apps for them. So could each of you share your perspective and thoughts around the pros and cons of a super app strategy versus a multi-app strategy? Oliver, maybe you could start.
Sure. Thanks for the question, Kirill. So we have a quite a pragmatic approach, actually. It's not quite as simple as a super app versus multiple apps. So if you look at what we do in our core, let's say, financial lifestyle app, which is our yellow app, which has 10, 11 million MAU and growing very quickly. We have a super app component within that. So we call it our super app because that's where we have basically aggregated services. There's the verticals I mentioned earlier: travel, mobile services, obviously all of the financial services, investing, saving, borrowing, small business, whatever it might be. But also we have what we call the lifestyle component, which is partnering with a wide range of partners to provide services in fuel, local transport, e-com, cinema tickets, whatever it might be. So basically you can order flowers in the app, you can do all this stuff. That's on the one hand. But on the other hand, we also have several different apps. And I'll explain why in a second. So we have this core yellow app, the financial service and lifestyle app. We have an investments app. We have a small business app. We have a mobile app. We have Koshelok, which is a loyalty aggregator in partnership with merchants. And the reason why we have that is because there's all sorts of problems with dumping everything into one super app. So you have navigability problems. You have clutter, basically. So if you look at the Chinese apps, and this is certainly no denigration of what they've done because it's amazing, but there's a lot of kind of visual clutter, which isn't a very nice UX or even aesthetic experience, which is very important to us. You have issues with development speed and complexity, which affects time to market. So if you break it down into different core apps, then that enables you to speed up and roll out your products and features much more quickly. There's also stability issues if you have everything in one app. Integration means complexity, which leads to bugs and mistakes, which is rather annoying, and obviously stability where it can actually fall over. And very important as a growth organization, we're onboarding millions of customers each quarter. The problem with having everything in one app is that you have problems with performance marketing. So your promotion of that app in ASO, whatever it might be, actually can lead to problems with conversion through the sales funnel if you have it all in one app. So we land people in separate apps for our different core financial services. So we have this pragmatic approach, which is a mixture of both. And I think probably all online companies face similar issues at one stage or other.
Great, thanks, Oliver. Vyacheslav, what's your view here? Do you think we will see the creation of MTS super app in the future, or it will remain a sort of several different services through different apps?
I don't think you should really wait for our super app. And actually, I wanted to say thanks to Oliver because he made my work very easy here. I agree to him. First of all, that super apps are working well in Asia due to various reasons, but there are a lot of cultural reasons too. In Russia, people prefer to to have, I would say it's kind of a hybrid approach. They prefer local apps, but they also want to have access to global apps, and at the same time they like to pick and choose. So in this terms, it's really great to have an app for a certain service, but at the same time you need some kind of gateway that has really high MAU. In our case, it's my MTS with MAU of monthly active users of 25 million, over 25 million now, which can distribute traffic to other apps. The other important thing is not only the complexity of development, it's also very important because time to market is critical here for every company, for every digital company. At the same time, some people wouldn't be even able to install a super app because it's heavy. A lot of smartphones are filled with videos and pictures, and sometimes big apps could not be installed. It seems like it's really a big problem for a lot of people. And in addition to that, I would say that when you're going to the market with a lot of apps, you have one thing to make sure that there is really seamless cross-app integration, so that users can switch up without having to worry about logging in again or having to re-enter their payment information, having very seamless information services in all of those apps. And then if you have a link in one of those apps, you know that your customer would like the services. You know that because you have your data on customers, you realize that you have very good targeting. So you know that okay, your customer entered my MTS and want to propose him a certain financial service. This should be a deep link, which would take him either to installing another app or exactly to the place where one or two clicks. We for example, we can issue a credit card with 2 clicks, and this in our experience, this what made this very, very successful service. So all in all, it should be excellent quality across your apps, and it should be very, very easy cross-app navigation. Then you're better than super app because people, as Oliver mentioned, there is a navigation problem. Because when you're done doing something, you swipe up, you close there, and in case of super app, you close the whole super app, and then you have to take your customer to open it again, which looks kind of not the best way. So no super app, but a lot of apps that are very well connected.
That's clear. Thanks, Vyacheslav. To wrap up on this super app topic, Anna, Mail has historically operated separate apps for different services, but more recently, it also integrated various products into VK, such as food delivery or taxi. Can you talk about user preferences you've seen? What's the usage mix between VK mini apps versus regional apps? And how do you expect that to change over the next several years? Anna, I think you're on mute. Could you unmute yourself, please?
Yeah, excuse me. Yeah, I have a lot to say here because I think I'm quite proud of our progress we made with our mini apps platform. First of all, I want in customer perspective and how do they prefer to use, I could say that different people prefer different approach. That is like simple and that's it. Some people who is more sophisticated, who is more like experienced user, sometimes they prefer separate app if they heavily engaged in this activity. For example, if you are like extremely often make shopping or food delivery, you prefer separate app. But if you, for example, newcomer who are not sure that you even want to try food delivery or shopping from abroad, or it's your first time to use use taxi service, it's more convenient and safe for you to do it through your close and well-known platform like VK, for example. And we see huge amount of newcomers who we able to engage to our services like taxi, food delivery, etc. And they try it for the first time. And to be honest, a huge amount of people just stay in this situation. They use it from time to time, and the best way in this case just stuck with a super app. And it's pretty big amount of people. We have in taxi, we have several million rides per month through the VK application. And the same great numbers we have in food delivery. And for example, we just a month ago, maybe even less than a month ago, we start scooter renting. And we already have double-digit number of rides per day, so it's a really great opportunity. So what I want to say, I believe in Vyacheslav told mixed, or maybe some Oliver, I forgot who was this, mixed approach. What is why China is so stuck to super app? Because China is, a lot of people come to the internet in the last several years, and the only internet they know, it's not browser, it's WeChat. So they even don't know that other option available. So in Russia, we have more experienced users. Some of them are ready to use separate apps, but there are also a huge amount of people who need some convenient and safe environment. And the second thing, that's not only about convenience and safety, it's about extra value creation, as we mentioned in the first question. So when you use, for example, VK taxi through VK super app, you, for example, could split your bill with friends. You could order a taxi for your friend. And we trying to make some extra value connections with the main product, not only just put it inside and make access easier, but provide connection with our messenger, with our timeline, what's the name of the main page of the social network. A lot of connections that makes the product better. For example, you could promote the coupons for taxi in your social network, and then you can save and use it in taxi mini app. And a lot more ideas we have to do. And the third thing I want to mention, that's mini app platform is not only option for our own businesses to come in and use VK audience. It's also open platform for third party. So with the help of third party, we could create much more rich experience for the users. For now, we have maybe several hundreds applications on our platform with audience more than several thousand people per month, because I don't count the long tail with zero audience. I only count the mini apps who have an audience already. So there are really several hundreds of them already working for our audience. There are different stuff. It could be games, it could be something fun, it could be, for example, mini apps for developing your community. Because we have a lot of community people who own their own community, and for example, you could add to your community page timetable for some reason, or checkout for some reason, or some stuff for community. So it's we believe that it's very great opportunity for us to build really rich experience inside our ecosystem. And two more examples. We also, as you know, we have EULA. It's our classifieds, and we're starting. I don't know why it's so late, but we're starting to integrate EULA in VK, like at the end of the last year, and now it's VK classifieds, the part inside VK. It's, you know, it is huge adoption. We have like 30% more in terms of monthly users on the classifieds, and the same stuff with the former work. Now we call it VK work, VK job. VK работа in Russian. So you could just find the job in 2 clicks. You could apply for, no, it's like job searching for the common professions, not very complicated. So you could apply to the some job position like in 2 clicks. You just take all stuff from your profile, add some features, and you apply. And that's a very good example of complementary services for the social network, for example. So I'm very exciting about the perspectives of the super apps, but also believe that it's a room on the market for existing the standalone apps also, and also it could be the specialized super apps. For example, our delivery club application is also became super app in food delivery, because it starts from the restaurant delivery, as you remember, but now they delivery club, they also deliver groceries from the range of supermarkets, and also they deliver groceries from our own Samokat. They connected there. Also, they delivers pharmacy from our Apteki project. And also they have connection with stuff Beethoven. It's stuff for the pets. And now they could deliver you almost everything, you know. So it's in terms of super app, it's delivery super app also already. So
yeah, that's clear. Great, thank you, Anna. Let's maybe switch to another topic we wanted to discuss with you all, and that's the fintech development. So fintech and payments seems to be one of the areas where many ecosystem players overlap or are going to overlap. So firstly, Dmitry, can you talk about AliExpress plans in fintech? I assume it should be part of the strategy of the JV between Unfinancial Mail and others. So what are your ambitions in the space, and why would people switch from their existing financial service providers to new solutions from new players?
Yeah, look, I think that first of all, I would not maybe speak about the JV plans. You all know that it was announced that there are plans to create a separate financial services joint venture between different partners, including, as you mentioned, Ant Finance. But our plans are obviously, on one hand, related to this JV. On another, we are also ready to look at various partnerships. And by the way, without making official statements, Oliver, hope to see you next week. We just today agreed to have a meeting next week. Anyways, I think we directionally shall look at 2 things. One, which everybody now talks about, is consumer finance and various forms of wallets, closed loop wallets, including all of this loyalty stuff that we already discussed, and collection of points, redeeming of points, and of course, consumer financing through these apps. And this is the reason why I think mostly both Ozon and Wildberries and everybody on the market is moving into this direction. And you know that they recently acquired banking licenses. We may have it through this separate joint venture, which will already include a banking license and the whole setup for doing consumer financing. On another hand, I think that there is a big area which is mostly disregarded now by a lot of speakers on this topic. It's merchant finance and various forms of working with the merchants, because again and again, I'm saying that marketplace It's not a 1P business. We do not operate our own stock. We connect supply and demand, and the supply side of it, and the merchants. A lot of them are small and medium-sized businesses. A lot of these businesses in Russia have problems to finance working capital. They need this working capital to sell more on these marketplaces. And there are many things we can do for them, many services we can offer them. Again, on the consumer side, a lot of things that many e-commerce services are doing internationally. Look at Coupang, look at Mercado Libre, look at most of international peers, of course, are related to wallets, various forms of working with this wallet to also increase retention. We, of course, have different ideas how we connect this with other parts, again, of Mail's ecosystem or some other services that our shareholders provide. And of course, we have in mind some big loyalty program where coins, you name it, points, whatever form of items collected by the customer can be redeemed in other place. And hence, we kind of interconnect different services and also increase retention. And again, on another hand, decrease the customer acquisition cost for various services. So this is something along the lines what we have in mind. But again, on another side, I think we are always working on partnerships, and I do believe that generally this whole e-commerce market in general, in many respects, it's a big country. It's not such a big market financially. I mean that on one hand, to cover this whole big territory, you need a lot of investment. On another hand, there are now a number of very well funded players, including ourselves, who are playing on this market. And I do believe in various forms of partnerships, be it on the financial side, be it on logistics, be it on other parts of the wider offering that we are building.
Great, that's clear. Thank you, Dmitry. Vyacheslav, back to you. So MTS Bank seems to be an important part of your ecosystem strategy. So can you also share some insight on the rationale behind your expansion into this space? And in particular, what are the specific synergies you see with your existing business, and what are your long-term ambitions?
Okay, I think I've mentioned importance of financial services for ecosystems already, and it's really greasing the work that every ecosystem is doing on engaging its customers to new services, especially given that that monthly checks for those services could be very different. So in these terms, providing financial help for customer could be absolutely crucial, especially given the fact that you know your customer very well. And this brings me to the other side of the synergy, which is what ecosystem can do for financial business, and why we think that we have very good opportunity in growing our financial business. I think there are three major synergies of this. First is on data side. MTS, of course, has extensive capabilities in terms of big data analytics. We've already leverage this insight and expertise to help MTS Bank to improve its credit scoring system, and with that we enabled the bank to rapidly grow its loan portfolio with maintaining a very comfortable level of cost of risk. This is a very clear synergy and is there. And then Q1 our retail loan portfolio grew 35% year over year. So it's a very impressive figure given that it wasn't the best year. On retail side, it's also important because MTS is a nationwide network of more than 5,000 owned and franchise stores, which gives us a solid platform for identity authentication, since both banking and SIM cards, they need pretty much the same process. So this is, again, it's an advantage that allows us to think that it's much easier to to grow financial services within our ecosystem. And at the same time, it provides a very good sales channel and convenient site for card delivery, for ATM and terminal installation. So a lot of synergies here too. And finally, on the consumer side, we are, well, you've seen a lot of news lately, whether MTS is an IT company or not an IT company. We have more than 6,000 developers. We are operating our own billing system, and we have extensive experience in building out digital applications. So while Russia is not an underbanked anymore, there is still a lot of legacy of regional banks, other banks that we can really work on that and provide very good digital experience to our customers, so growing it very fast. We've been on this, we're not very old bank. We are on this digital journey now for years, since we consolidated control over MTS Bank in 2018. And I think we have major progress. We are, we have the 8th largest Russian bank by credit card portfolio now. We are growing high frequency transactions, which is another important thing for any ecosystem, because again, you have to communicate with the customer a lot. So high frequency transactions is also important for that. And in the first quarter, our fee and commission income account for more than half of total retail operating income. So again, it's a big part for us. And in answer to your question about our goals, we want to be in top 5 of Russia's digital banks. And our main KPIs is 10 billion net income and return over of over 20%. This is, and we're pretty confident we can reach that. That's not OKRs, that's almost KPIs.
Great, thank you, Vyacheslav. Oliver, from your perspective, given the expansion of various well-funded players into fintech, well, 2 questions, I guess. First, do you feel higher competition in your core market, in your core business? And more generally, are there new trends in fintech in Russia which allow you to continue to innovate? In particular, I'm thinking of buy now, pay later, which is very popular in some other countries, but remains a relatively niche segment in Russia. But probably there are other interesting opportunities you see.
Sure. So here, I feel a bit schizophrenic, because we're kind of a disruptor and an incumbent at the same time. So you could call us a disruptive incumbent, for want of a better word. So we're continuing to disrupt the market. We're growing very quickly. We're taking customers, bringing new customers into the market, rolling out new, let's say, services which create new markets, but also obviously taking customers from other institutions. So the competition in fintech in the past has come from a few fintech startups that unfortunately withered on the vine, and it was difficult for them. It's difficult to find capital in Russia, and the structure of the market didn't really lend itself in the past to new entrants, although there are a few notable exceptions, and we're one of them. So our competition has been the other incumbents, the traditional financial institutions. But obviously things are just about to change. So we're getting a raft of new players already coming into the market. The mobile operators who've been doing it for a while already. The e-commerce guys and other online players. And so you're going to see some pretty significant changes over the next 3 to 5 years. I don't think this will take place in the next year or 2 with any serious volumes. But over a 3 to 5 year span, it will certainly make a big showing. So it's going to become interesting. And in conjunction with that, you have the central bank disrupting the market. And this is driving change. So they've done, so one of the most disruptive players on the market today is the central bank, which sounds a bit weird maybe. But the introduction of the faster payment system, SPP, hopefully the introduction of the EBS, which has been a bit slow to kick off, but the biometric, 2-factor biometric identification of customers, which allow remote account opening, because today you still have to have a physical meeting to do KYC and account opening, and the open banking initiatives that the central bank is working on at the moment. They will accelerate the change in the financial system. So it's an interesting place to be. and we can continue to grow our market share because we straddle both worlds, the old, more traditional financial world, a balance sheet business with the online interface driven and let's say network effect accelerated businesses that are now coming into the market. So that's the first question in terms of competition. The second part in terms of innovative financial services and products that have been coming into the market. We recently launched our own BNPL product. We're the first guys to do so, called Daliami, which is basically a short installment product which you can pay off in 4 installments. So it's basically it's not a lending product. If you think of the philosophy for the customer, it's a deferred payment product, which fits like a hand in glove with e-commerce, obviously, at the moment. There are particular categories like fashion, clothing, shoes, maybe ticketing, which work very well with this, but it's much broader than that as well. So BNPL is something we're very excited about, and we're pushing that very hard at the moment. We're looking forward to our breakfast with Dimitri and his colleagues very much. And there's tons of other stuff. I mean, you look at the SAM opportunities in Russia today. So we're launching, let's say, coming with a fresh approach to private banking. So customized banking for high net worth individuals. So it's banking, investment, concierge, and tons of other services around that lifestyle for high net worth. So the new economy millionaires, we call them, that's a big opportunity that we're working on at the moment. There'll be more information coming your way on that. SME lending, and there's all sorts of stuff around SME in terms of playing e-commerce through SME, taking out the pain points for SME customers as we go beyond core financial services into servicing SME, which we've been doing for a while, but we're really going to be accelerating that. So everywhere you look, there's opportunities, and it's such a huge market. There's room for everybody to grow, even with new entrants coming in and disrupting. But one thing that we particularly like is what we call AI banking, where basically you use the huge data that you have available to you, that your customers are giving you consent to use in a smart way. So you take basically the drudge, the boring, hygiene type of transactions into the background, your monthly transfer to your mum, paying off utility bill, paying off your school fees, whatever it might be. Take that into the background, automate it, and take it out of people's immediate field of visibility, and bring into the foreground the things that drive endorphins, that give you pleasure. So stuff to do with the kids, travel, entertainment, what you do at the weekend. Interesting tips about how you can optimize your expenses, your budget, your investing, whatever. And all of that is driven by machine learning algorithms working in the background. Some of it based on lookalike algorithms, some of it based on other approaches, which drive this content, these relevant tips and advice to our users in our mobile app. And that's something that we really like at the moment. So it's not a product, but it's just a new philosophy for managing finance.
Sounds extremely exciting. Oliver, while we've got you here, I wanted to follow up with you on regulation. You mentioned the central bank as a disruptive super regulator, and you're probably the most exposed of the panelists to regulation, given your fintech core. Could we spend a couple of minutes on the regulatory aspect of the fintech and ecosystem development in Russia? As ecosystem players get larger and more widely spread, they collect enormous amounts of data, which presumably has a lot of value as you collect it. You could use that in pricing loans competitively, which presumably is a good thing in itself. Or you could use it to cross-subsidize a customer to keep them within your system. But when do you think the ecosystem glue becomes a bit too sticky from a sort of regulatory perspective? Do you see any moves down the line to force companies to share data as they would have done in the past with a credit rating agency? Or do you think the data is so complex that you couldn't analyze it? You'd need proprietary AI skills to analyze it, and the customers themselves may not want it being shared. What's your view on that?
That question's to me, Daniel, yeah?
Yeah, Oliver.
Sure. So it's a multi-layered discussion, yeah. So basically the central bank is trying to achieve several things at once. So they're trying to regulate dominant players to make sure they don't squeeze other players out of very important products and services. and monopolize those services for their own customer base. They're trying to make sure that the existing financial service providers don't blow tons of capital on stuff that isn't going to work. So there's lots to talk about capital management. And the third thing they're trying to do is to begin to establish a regulatory framework to regulate the newcomers into the market. So lots of people on this call who are going to suddenly understand what deep regulation's about. Welcome to our world, guys. And they're also trying to do stuff that is, about protecting the consumer, fostering competition, or further cultivating competition, because the central bank's been pretty good at that, I have to say. And obviously data privacy and protection and all the good stuff around that. So they've got quite a complex task, and they're starting with the banking sector, which is kind of like their natural home. But if you think about where this will probably take us, there's kind of two strands to it. The first strand is open banking, where step by step the central bank will, through the Association of FinTech, they'll start making different institutions, not just banks, but in a reciprocal way, different institutions' data and transactional data maybe eventually, but starting with user data available to each other, basically. So it's not just about banks making their data available to e-commerce players, because that would be a little bit one-sided, yeah. So it's going to be a reciprocal arrangement where everybody's data is going to be, certain levels of data are going to be available to everybody. And then the second part is ecosystem regulation, in order to make sure that all services are available to everybody and they're not monopolized by 2 or 3 players, which is bad for competition. So we'll see how it plays itself out.
Okay, watch this space. Abdullah, when you're screening the market for investments, there's obviously now quite a wide range of high potential ecosystem players out there developing at the same time. What are the key factors you're looking at when you're trying to understand and assess the probability of success of a certain business when it expands into new segments? Do you think a strong brand and large user base is enough to scale and grow new verticals? And when you're investing into tech, is your strategy to try to pick the winner, or do you try to pick several potential winners and take a more portfolio approach, knowing that not all of them will succeed? Abdullah.
Yes. So on the first question on what we look for, founders, especially when we're looking at startups, this is the most important factor. You need to know that you have a strong management team that is resilient and creative, because there's no straight path to profitability. There's no straight path to success. Just a quick, simple example, Amazon. It started as an online bookstore, and look at it today. It's a conglomerate. Depending on what day of the week you're checking, it could be the #1 company by market cap globally. So founders. Number 2, and this links to something that Oliver mentioned. So my team is part of a larger platform called Disruptive Investments. And this is key. We need, when we're looking at new businesses, new companies that are in the tech space, we need to know that they're disrupting their respective industries, that they're making a change to the nature of the business and finding a niche. Now, those are the 2 key aspects that we look for. Of course, path to profitability, product market fit, the list goes on. But those first 2 are the ones that I would emphasize the most, especially when you're looking at startups. So the next part of your question, I believe, was about brand recognition and the user base. Now, do they help? Absolutely. Do they guarantee success? Well, it depends, right? And I think I like Oliver mentioned a good point about when it comes to fintech, for example. So you have 2. Let's talk about Tinkoff and Sber. I think 2 initially operating in basically the same space, but today you have Tinkoff primarily focusing on its core product, while Sber is branching out, where they actually took out the name bank, and now they think of themselves as and we're proud investors in Sber. Is one better than the other? I don't think so. It depends on what you have to offer. It depends on the specific niche and the market you're operating in. So my advice is always to continue focusing on the quality of your core product and then leverage your user base to experiment, if you will, to see where you can start expanding your business into. The final question, I wish, Dan, I could say we always know who the winners are, but I don't think anyone has the foresight to do so. So we hedge our bets or our investments into different companies. And I'll give you a specific example. So let's talk about last mile delivery apps. Globally, we are invested in different companies, be it Grab, Getir, Flink, which all offer similar products, but in different geographies. So this is what we do. We try to pick the winners within the certain geographies. And I think there are many instances where the sectors are big enough that there's no one winner takes all. It's big enough for multiple winners, even if it's in the same geographies. And then finally, what I'd like to emphasize is it's important for us as Mubadala, as an investor, to know what we also bring to the table when we're looking at these opportunities. We have this expansive global network of partners and portfolio companies. And what we like to do is to make sure that we find the right match between the companies we're investing in and this network that we bring to the table. And this is honestly one of our main contributions, unlocking value and synergies at a global scale.
Thank you, Abdullah. I think, unfortunately, we're running out of time. So maybe the last question to our speakers on the financial implications of the ecosystem strategy. Is ecosystem development something that you think should basically just help your core businesses to see high user retention, engagement, and basically help maintain strong market positions? Or do you think there is a lot of additional value creation, given that the competition is high, the investments are high? Do you think you will actually create value from those new services? And basically, when could we start seeing returns on the current investments? That's a question to everyone. So Vyacheslav, Oliver, Anna, Dmitry, if each of you could spend 30 seconds, 1 minute.
I will be very quick. I think that, first of all, we are already seeing returns on that. And for several quarters now, we've seen from 30 to 50% of top line growth coming from areas that we call beyond connectivity areas. And this is important for us. On the other hand, it's really not possible to distinguish the real effects of ecosystem from telecom sometimes, because for example, when you add a service, your service or partner service, we have a lot of partners from Russia and from abroad. If you, provide your customer with the premium accounts in Spotify, and it's free of charge for 6 months or any other service, you see that subscribers churn from telecom is going down, and sometimes it's going down 6 times in some configurations, which means that actually your telecom business starts to grow, and you cannot attribute it only to the excellence of your telecom. It is excellent, of course, but it's also the result of this multi-product approach that we've taken a few years ago. So in these terms, I think investors should look at both sides. There would be one sign that you see each ecosystem, if it is an ecosystem, if it's expanding in services, it should have a lot of we call them lags. You can see other businesses that grow by themselves because they start bringing new customers to ecosystem. This is an important part of that. At the same time, you will see different. At first, it's going to be slow, of course, but you will see different percentages in top line growth in core businesses of successful ecosystems too. We can see that now, and you can see that MTS in the last couple of years, but especially in the last year, is going in a little bit, not like the market goes. We're going higher on telecom top line And this is, I can tell you, this is primarily because of our ecosystem approach. I try to be quick. I know there is no time.
Okay, could I add something?
Sure.
There are the question is a little bit tricky because for sure we want to maintain our main business, and it happens because when people could find more stuff on our platform, they just stuck on it, and our main business and advertising business also grow up. But about the new value creation is, you remember my first speech that when I say that the main benefits for the business, it's lower CAC and higher LTV. But this is the core problem for the each business you want to start. There are a lot of nice ideas, but if you don't have right unit economy, you can't do it for a long time. Yeah, for example, you want to make, I don't know, a pharmacy delivery, or you want to make bike rents. If you can't find the right unit economy, you're like losing money. So the ecosystem, it's like enabler. You have, when you start new business, you have like better condition from the start. You already know that you could engage people like for much lower customer acquisition cost, and for example, and have more LTV. So you have more opportunity to start businesses that others can't even do because they will be not profitable at all. So that's both ways. That works both ways. And in terms of returns of investments, we already have for sure we won't count everything, and we already saw how, for example, loyalty program VK Combo increase retention and number of orders in Delivery Club and City Mobile. And we also, and even music, even retention in music service, it also increases. And we see a lot of effects like this on ecosystem, and we plan to provide these numbers for our investors like soon, I think.
Yeah, hi. I'll try to be super quick. Look, I rarely disagree with Anna, but I disagree now that it's a tricky question. It's actually, to me, a very straightforward question. I mean, first of all, sometimes ecosystems become these days a hype word, and let's not create or discuss ecosystems just for the sake of ecosystems. At the end of the day, this whole shall lead to either immediate financial returns for the business, or its longer term returns for the business by retaining customers better. And at the end of the day, we all provide services to our customers. If customers will like these services and these ecosystem elements add them additional value, then they will stick to your service, you will increase retention, and again, will get immediate or longer term financial returns. So at the end of the day, of course, yes, they should create. Why would you need them in the first place if they would not, right?
Just very quickly, it's there's a kind of positive feedback loop that you can achieve by building an ecosystem. So the first is you're differentiated, which leads to greater engagement and sticky factor. So MAU divided by DAU, which should grow hopefully in favor of DAU, which drives virality, which drives customer acquisition. So there you have your LTV divided by CAC that Anna was talking about, which is obviously all important. And that's why you have to have an ecosystem.
Good summary, Oliver. Sadly, we're now more than out of time, even though I think we could all talk for much longer on what is really a very exciting topic. It's been super interesting. We've all learned a lot. Several of the speakers are now keen to meet offline, which is great. And we really appreciate you making the time in your schedules to join this event. This panel will be available to replay on our YouTube channel. In the meantime, thank you again to everyone for joining us today, and we look forward to seeing you soon.
Thank you. Bye.
Thanks, everyone.
Knowledge is information, but not all information turns into knowledge. Today, every company leaves digital footprints in hundreds of different sources. But this information by itself does not tell you who it is you're looking at and what the risks of doing business with them are. Businesses can't exist in a vacuum. They need employees, customers, partners, contractors, investors. Good counteragents help a company succeed, create products, make profit, expand business opportunities. But what about bad ones? 49% of organizations around the world say that they've been victims of fraud or economic crime. 2/3 of Russian companies say they've encountered economic crime in the past 2 years. This is significantly higher than the global average. Every year, 15% of companies simply disappear, whether on their own initiative or because they're forced to do so by tax bodies, often leaving unpaid debts. If you want to minimize your risk, you need to find and analyze every scrap of information you can, identifying, analyzing, collecting facts. Processing big data is impossible without qualified specialists, experience, time, expensive equipment, new technology, machine learning, graphs. Spark Interfax gathers information from all available sources and converts it into knowledge, allowing you to see the world of business in its entirety with all its risks and opportunities. And there's no doubt that tomorrow we'll be able to understand the world of business even better, thanks to the emerging digital economy, cutting-edge technology, and the availability of new information about the lives of companies. Knowledge decreases risks and creates trust, the foundation of any successful business. Knowledge is information, but not all information turns into knowledge. Today, every company leaves digital footprints in hundreds of different sources. But this information by itself does not tell you who it is you're looking at and what the risks of doing business with them are. Businesses can't exist in a vacuum. They need employees, customers, partners, contractors, investors. Good counteragents help a company succeed, create products, make profit, expand business opportunities. But what about bad ones? 49% of organizations around the world say that they've been victims of fraud or economic crime. 2/3 of Russian companies say they've encountered economic crime in the past 2 years. This is significantly higher than the global average. Every year, 15% of companies simply disappear, whether on their own initiative or because they're forced to do so by tax bodies, often leaving unpaid debts. If you want to minimize your risk, you need to find and analyze every scrap of information you can, identifying, analyzing, collecting facts. Processing big data is impossible without qualified specialists, experience, time, expensive equipment, new technology, machine learning, graphs. Spark Interfax gathers information from all available sources and converts it into knowledge, allowing you to see the world of business in its entirety with all its risks and opportunities. And there's no doubt that tomorrow we'll be able to understand the world of business even better thanks to the emerging digital economy, cutting-edge technology, and the availability of new information about the lives of companies. Knowledge decreases risks and creates trust, the foundation of any successful business. Knowledge is information, but not all information turns into knowledge. Today, every company leaves digital footprints in hundreds of different sources. But this information by itself does not tell you who it is you're looking at and what the risks of doing business with them are. Businesses can't exist in a vacuum. They need employees, customers, partners, contractors, investors. Good counteragents help a company succeed, create products, make profit, expand business opportunities. But what about bad ones? 49% of organizations around the world say that they've been victims of fraud or economic crime. 2/3 of Russian companies say they've encountered economic crime in the past 2 years. This is significantly higher than the global average. Every year, 15% of companies simply disappear, whether on their own initiative or because they're forced to do so by tax bodies, often leaving unpaid debts. If you want to minimize your risk, you need to find and analyze every scrap of information you can, identifying, analyzing, collecting facts. Processing big data is impossible without qualified specialists, experience, time, expensive equipment, new technology, machine learning, graphs. Spark Interfax gathers information from all available sources and converts it into knowledge, allowing you to see the world of business in its entirety with all its risks and opportunities. And there's no doubt that tomorrow we'll be able to understand the world of business even better, thanks to the emerging digital economy, cutting-edge technology, and the availability of new information about the lives of companies. Knowledge decreases risks and creates trust, the foundation of any successful business. Knowledge is information, but not all information turns into knowledge. Today, every company leaves digital footprints in hundreds of different sources. But this information by itself does not tell you who it is you're looking at and what the risks of doing business with them are. Businesses can't exist in a vacuum. They need employees, customers, partners, contractors, investors. Good counteragents help a company succeed, create products, make profit, expand business opportunities. But what about bad ones? 49% of organizations around the world say that they've been victims of fraud or economic crime. 2/3 of Russian companies say they've encountered economic crime in the past 2 years. This is significantly higher than the global average. Every year, 15% of companies simply disappear, whether on their own initiative or because they're forced to do so by tax bodies, often leaving unpaid debts. If you want to minimize your risk, you need to find and analyze every scrap of information you can, identifying, analyzing, collecting facts. Processing big data is impossible without qualified specialists, experience, time, expensive equipment, new technology, machine learning, graphs. Spark Interfax gathers information from all available sources and converts it into knowledge, allowing you to see the world of business in its entirety with all its risks and opportunities. And there's no doubt that tomorrow we'll be able to understand the world of business even better, thanks to the emerging digital economy, cutting-edge technology, and the availability of new information about the lives of companies. Knowledge decreases risks and creates trust, the foundation of any successful business. Knowledge is information, but not all information turns into knowledge. Today, every company leaves digital footprints in hundreds of different sources. But this information by itself does not tell you who it is you're looking at and what the risks of doing business with them are. Businesses can't exist in a vacuum. They need employees, customers, partners, contractors, investors. Good counteragents help a company succeed, create products, make profit, expand business opportunities. But what about bad ones? 49% of organizations around the world say that they've been victims of fraud or economic crime. 2/3 of Russian companies say they've encountered economic crime in the past 2 years. This is significantly higher than the global average. Every year, 15% of companies simply disappear, whether on their own initiative or because they're forced to do so by tax bodies, often leaving unpaid debts. If you want to minimize your risk, you need to find and analyze every scrap of information you can, identifying, analyzing, collecting facts. Processing big data is impossible without qualified specialists, experience, time, expensive equipment, new technology, machine learning, graphs. Spark Interfax gathers information from all available sources and converts it into knowledge, allowing you to see the world of business in its entirety with all its risks and opportunities. And there's no doubt that tomorrow we'll be able to understand the world of business even better, thanks to the emerging digital economy, cutting-edge technology, and the availability of new information about the lives of companies. Knowledge decreases risks and creates trust, the foundation of any successful business. Knowledge is information, but not all information turns into knowledge. Today, every company leaves digital footprints in hundreds of different sources. But this information by itself does not tell you who it is you're looking at and what the risks of doing business with them are. Businesses can't exist in a vacuum. They need employees, customers, partners, contractors, investors. Good counteragents help a company succeed, create products, make profit, expand business opportunities. But what about bad ones? 49% of organizations around the world say that they've been victims of fraud or economic crime. 2/3 of Russian companies say they've encountered economic crime in the past 2 years. This is significantly higher than the global average. Every year, 15% of companies simply disappear, whether on their own initiative or because they're forced to do so by tax bodies, often leaving unpaid debts. If you want to minimize your risk, you need to find and analyze every scrap of information you can, identifying, analyzing, collecting facts. Processing big data is impossible without qualified specialists, experience, time, expensive equipment, new technology, machine learning, graphs. Spark Interfax gathers information from all available sources and converts it into knowledge, allowing you to see the world of business in its entirety with all its risks and opportunities. And there's no doubt that tomorrow we'll be able to understand the world of business even better, thanks to the emerging digital economy, cutting-edge technology, and the availability of new information about the lives of companies. Knowledge decreases risks and creates trust, the foundation of any successful business. Knowledge is information, but not all information turns into knowledge. Today, every company leaves digital footprints in hundreds of different sources. But this information by itself does not tell you who it is you're looking at and what the risks of doing business with them are. Businesses can't exist in a vacuum. They need employees, customers, partners, contractors, investors. Good counteragents help a company succeed, create products, make profit, expand business opportunities. But what about bad ones? 49% of organizations around the world say that they've been victims of fraud or economic crime. 2/3 of Russian companies say they've encountered economic crime in the past 2 years. This is significantly higher than the global average. Every year, 15% of companies simply disappear, whether on their own initiative or because they're forced to do so by tax bodies, often leaving unpaid debts. If you want to minimize your risk, you need to find and analyze every scrap of information you can, identifying, analyzing, collecting facts. Processing big data is impossible without qualified specialists, experience, time, expensive equipment, new technology, machine learning, graphs. Spark Interfax gathers information from all available sources and converts it into knowledge, allowing you to see the world of business in its entirety with all its risks and opportunities. And there's no doubt that tomorrow we'll be able to understand the world of business even better, thanks to the emerging digital economy, cutting-edge technology, and the availability of new information about the lives of companies. Knowledge decreases risks and creates trust, the foundation of any successful business. Knowledge is information, but not all information turns into knowledge. Today, every company leaves digital footprints in hundreds of different sources. But this information by itself does not tell you who it is you're looking at and what the risks of doing business with them are. Businesses can't exist in a vacuum. They need employees, customers, partners, contractors, investors. Good counteragents help a company succeed, create products, make profit, expand business opportunities. But what about bad ones? 49% of organizations around the world say that they've been victims of fraud or economic crime. 2/3 of Russian companies say they've encountered economic crime in the past 2 years. This is significantly higher than the global average. Every year, 15% of companies simply disappear, whether on their own initiative or because they're forced to do so by tax bodies, often leaving unpaid debts. If you want to minimize your risk, you need to find and analyze every scrap of information you can, identifying, analyzing, collecting facts. Processing big data is impossible without qualified specialists, experience, time, expensive equipment, new technology, machine learning, graphs. Spark Interfax gathers information from all available sources and converts it into knowledge, allowing you to see the world of business in its entirety with all its risks and opportunities. And there's no doubt that tomorrow we'll be able to understand the world of business even better, thanks to the emerging digital economy, cutting-edge technology, and the availability of new information about the lives of companies. Knowledge decreases risks and creates trust, the foundation of any successful business. Knowledge is information, but not all information turns into knowledge. Today, every company leaves digital footprints in hundreds of different sources. But this information by itself does not tell you who it is you're looking at and what the risks of doing business with them are. Businesses can't exist in a vacuum. They need employees, customers, partners, contractors, investors. Good counteragents help a company succeed, create products, make profit, expand business opportunities. But what about bad ones? 49% of organizations around the world say that they've been victims of fraud or economic crime. 2/3 of Russian companies say they've encountered economic crime in the past 2 years. This is significantly higher than the global average. Every year, 15% of companies simply disappear, whether on their own initiative or because they're forced to do so by tax bodies, often leaving unpaid debts. If you want to minimize your risk, you need to find and analyze every scrap of information you can, identifying, analyzing, collecting facts. Processing big data is impossible without qualified specialists, experience, time, expensive equipment, new technology, machine learning, graphs. Spark Interfax gathers information from all available sources and converts it into knowledge, allowing you to see the world of business in its entirety with all its risks and opportunities. And there's no doubt that tomorrow we'll be able to understand the world of business even better, thanks to the emerging digital economy, cutting-edge technology, and the availability of new information about the lives of companies. Knowledge decreases risks and creates trust, the foundation of any successful business. Knowledge is information, but not all information turns into knowledge. Today, every company leaves digital footprints in hundreds of different sources. But this information by itself does not tell you who it is you're looking at and what the risks of doing business with them are. Businesses can't exist in a vacuum. They need employees, customers, partners, contractors, investors. Good counteragents help a company succeed, create products, make profit, expand business opportunities. But what about bad ones? 49% of organizations around the world say that they've been victims of fraud or economic crime. 2/3 of Russian companies say they've encountered economic crime in the past 2 years. This is significantly higher than the global average. Every year, 15% of companies simply disappear, whether on their own initiative or because they're forced to do so by tax bodies, often leaving unpaid debts. If you want to minimize your risk, you need to find and analyze every scrap of information you can, identifying, analyzing, collecting facts. Processing big data is impossible without qualified specialists, experience, time, expensive equipment, new technology, machine learning, graphs. Spark Interfax gathers information from all available sources and converts it into knowledge, allowing you to see the world of business in its entirety with all its risks and opportunities. And there's no doubt that tomorrow we'll be able to understand the world of business even better, thanks to the emerging digital economy, cutting-edge technology, and the availability of new information about the lives of companies. Knowledge decreases risks and creates trust, the foundation of any successful business. Knowledge is information, but not all information turns into knowledge. Today, every company leaves digital footprints in hundreds of different sources. But this information by itself does not tell you who it is you're looking at and what the risks of doing business with them are. Businesses can't exist in a vacuum. They need employees, customers, partners, contractors, investors. Good counteragents help a company succeed, create products, make profit, expand business opportunities. But what about bad ones? 49% of organizations around the world say that they've been victims of fraud or economic crime. 2/3 of Russian companies say they've encountered economic crime in the past 2 years. This is significantly higher than the global average. Every year, 15% of companies simply disappear, whether on their own initiative or because they're forced to do so by tax bodies, often leaving unpaid debts. If you want to minimize your risk, you need to find and analyze every scrap of information you can, identifying, analyzing, collecting facts. Processing big data is impossible without qualified specialists, experience, time, expensive equipment, new technology, machine learning, graphs. Spark Interfax gathers information from all available sources and converts it into knowledge, allowing you to see the world of business in its entirety with all its risks and opportunities. And there's no doubt that tomorrow we'll be able to understand the world of business even better, thanks to the emerging digital economy, cutting-edge technology, and the availability of new information about the lives of companies. Knowledge decreases risks and creates trust, the foundation of any successful business. Knowledge is information, but not all information turns into knowledge. Today, every company leaves digital footprints in hundreds of different sources. But this information by itself does not tell you who it is you're looking at and what the risks of doing business with them are. Businesses can't exist in a vacuum. They need employees, customers, partners, contractors, investors. Good counteragents help a company succeed, create products, make profit, expand business opportunities. But what about bad ones? 49% of organizations around the world say that they've been victims of fraud or economic crime. 2/3 of Russian companies say they've encountered economic crime in the past 2 years. This is significantly higher than the global average. Every year, 15% of companies simply disappear, whether on their own initiative or because they're forced to do so by tax bodies, often leaving unpaid debts. If you want to minimize your risk, you need to find and analyze every scrap of information you can, identifying, analyzing, collecting facts. Processing big data is impossible without qualified specialists, experience, time, expensive equipment, new technology, machine learning, graphs. Spark Interfax gathers information from all available sources and converts it into knowledge, allowing you to see the world of business in its entirety with all its risks and opportunities. And there's no doubt that tomorrow we'll be able to understand the world of business even better, thanks to the emerging digital economy, cutting-edge technology, and the availability of new information about the lives of companies. Knowledge decreases risks and creates trust, the foundation of any successful business. Knowledge is information, but not all information turns into knowledge. Today, every company leaves digital footprints in hundreds of different sources. But this information by itself does not tell you who it is you're looking at and what the risks of doing business with them are. Businesses can't exist in a vacuum. They need employees, customers, partners, contractors, investors. Good counteragents help a company succeed, create products, make profit, expand business opportunities. But what about bad ones? 49% of organizations around the world say that they've been victims of fraud or economic crime. 2/3 of Russian companies say they've encountered economic crime in the past 2 years. This is significantly higher than the global average. Every year, 15% of companies simply disappear, whether on their own initiative or because they're forced to do so by tax bodies, often leaving unpaid debts. If you want to minimize your risk, you need to find and analyze every scrap of information you can, identifying, analyzing, collecting facts. Processing big data is impossible without qualified specialists, experience, time, expensive equipment, new technology, machine learning, graphs. Spark Interfax gathers information from all available sources and converts it into knowledge, allowing you to see the world of business in its entirety with all its risks and opportunities. And there's no doubt that tomorrow we'll be able to understand the world of business even better, thanks to the emerging digital economy, cutting-edge technology, and the availability of new information about the lives of companies. Knowledge decreases risks and creates trust, the foundation of any successful business. Knowledge is information, but not all information turns into knowledge. Today, every company leaves digital footprints in hundreds of different sources. But this information by itself does not tell you who it is you're looking at and what the risks of doing business with them are. Businesses can't exist in a vacuum. They need employees, customers, partners, contractors, investors. Good counteragents help a company succeed, create products, make profit, expand business opportunities. But what about bad ones? 49% of organizations around the world say that they've been victims of fraud or economic crime. 2/3 of Russian companies say they've encountered economic crime in the past 2 years. This is significantly higher than the global average. Every year, 15% of companies simply disappear, whether on their own initiative or because they're forced to do so by tax bodies, often leaving unpaid debts. If you want to minimize your risk, you need to find and analyze every scrap of information you can, identifying, analyzing, collecting facts. Processing big data is impossible without qualified specialists, experience, time, expensive equipment, new technology, machine learning, graphs. Spark Interfax gathers information from all available sources and converts it into knowledge, allowing you to see the world of business in its entirety with all its risks and opportunities. And there's no doubt that tomorrow we'll be able to understand the world of business even better, thanks to the emerging digital economy, cutting-edge technology, and the availability of new information about the lives of companies. Knowledge decreases risks and creates trust, the foundation of any successful business. Knowledge is information, but not all information turns into knowledge. Today, every company leaves digital footprints in hundreds of different sources. But this information by itself does not tell you who it is you're looking at and what the risks of doing business with them are. Businesses can't exist in a vacuum. They need employees, customers, partners, contractors, investors. Good counteragents help a company succeed, create products, make profit, expand business opportunities. But what about bad ones? 49% of organizations around the world say that they've been victims of fraud or economic crime. 2/3 of Russian companies say they've encountered economic crime in the past 2 years. This is significantly higher than the global average. Every year, 15% of companies simply disappear, whether on their own initiative or because they're forced to do so by tax bodies, often leaving unpaid debts. If you want to minimize your risk, you need to find and analyze every scrap of information you can, identifying, analyzing, collecting facts. Processing big data is impossible without qualified specialists, experience, time, expensive equipment, new technology, machine learning, graphs. Spark Interfax gathers information from all available sources and converts it into knowledge, allowing you to see the world of business in its entirety with all its risks and opportunities. And there's no doubt that tomorrow we'll be able to understand the world of business even better, thanks to the emerging digital economy, cutting-edge technology, and the availability of new information about the lives of companies. Knowledge decreases risks and creates trust, the foundation of any successful business. Knowledge is information, but not all information turns into knowledge. Today, every company leaves digital footprints in hundreds of different sources. But this information by itself does not tell you who it is you're looking at and what the risks of doing business with them are. Businesses can't exist in a vacuum. They need employees, customers, partners, contractors, investors. Good counteragents help a company succeed, create products, make profit, expand business opportunities. But what about bad ones? 49% of organizations around the world say that they've been victims of fraud or economic crime. 2/3 of Russian companies say they've encountered economic crime in the past 2 years. This is significantly higher than the global average. Every year, 15% of companies simply disappear, whether on their own initiative or because they're forced to do so by tax bodies, often leaving unpaid debts. If you want to minimize your risk, you need to find and analyze every scrap of information you can, identifying, analyzing, collecting facts. Processing big data is impossible without qualified specialists, experience, time, expensive equipment, new technology, machine learning, graphs. Spark Interfax gathers information from all available sources and converts it into knowledge, allowing you to see the world of business in its entirety with all its risks and opportunities. And there's no doubt that tomorrow we'll be able to understand the world of business even better, thanks to the emerging digital economy, cutting-edge technology, and the availability of new information about the lives of companies. Knowledge decreases risks and creates trust, the foundation of any successful business. Knowledge is information, but not all information turns into knowledge. Today, every company leaves digital footprints in hundreds of different sources. But this information by itself does not tell you who it is you're looking at and what the risks of doing business with them are. Businesses can't exist in a vacuum. They need employees, customers, partners, contractors, investors. Good counteragents help a company succeed, create products, make profit, expand business opportunities. But what about bad ones? 49% of organizations around the world say that they've been victims of fraud or economic crime. 2/3 of Russian companies say they've encountered economic crime in the past 2 years. This is significantly higher than the global average. Every year, 15% of companies simply disappear, whether on their own initiative or because they're forced to do so by tax bodies, often leaving unpaid debts. If you want to minimize your risk, you need to find and analyze every scrap of information you can, identifying, analyzing, collecting facts. Processing big data is impossible without qualified specialists, experience, time, expensive equipment, new technology, machine learning, graphs. Spark Interfax gathers information from all available sources and converts it into knowledge, allowing you to see the world of business in its entirety with all its risks and opportunities. And there's no doubt that tomorrow we'll be able to understand the world of business even better, thanks to the emerging digital economy, cutting-edge technology, and the availability of new information about the lives of companies. Knowledge decreases risks and creates trust, the foundation of any successful business. Knowledge is information, but not all information turns into knowledge. Today, every company leaves digital footprints in hundreds of different sources. But this information by itself does not tell you who it is you're looking at and what the risks of doing business with them are. Businesses can't exist in a vacuum. They need employees, customers, partners, contractors, investors. Good counteragents help a company succeed, create products, make profit, expand business opportunities. But what about bad ones? 49% of organizations around the world say that they've been victims of fraud or economic crime. 2/3 of Russian companies say they've encountered economic crime in the past 2 years. This is significantly higher than the global average. Every year, 15% of companies simply disappear, whether on their own initiative or because they're forced to do so by tax bodies, often leaving unpaid debts. If you want to minimize your risk, you need to find and analyze every scrap of information you can, identifying, analyzing, collecting facts. Processing big data is impossible without qualified specialists, experience, time, expensive equipment, new technology, machine learning, graphs. Spark Interfax gathers information from all available sources and converts it into knowledge, allowing you to see the world of business in its entirety with all its risks and opportunities. And there's no doubt that tomorrow we'll be able to understand the world of business even better thanks to the emerging digital economy, cutting-edge technology, and the availability of new information about the lives of companies. Knowledge decreases risks and creates trust, the foundation of any successful business. Knowledge is information, but not all information turns into knowledge. Today, every company leaves digital footprints in hundreds of different sources. But this information by itself does not tell you who it is you're looking at and what the risks of doing business with them are. Businesses can't exist in a vacuum. They need employees, customers, partners, contractors, investors. Good counteragents help a company succeed, create products, make profit, expand business opportunities. But what about bad ones? 49% of organizations around the world say that they've been victims of fraud or economic crime. 2/3 of Russian companies say they've encountered economic crime in the past 2 years. This is significantly higher than the global average. Every year, 15% of companies simply disappear, whether on their own initiative or because they're forced to do so by tax bodies, often leaving unpaid debts. If you want to minimize your risk, you need to find and analyze every scrap of information you can, identifying, analyzing, collecting facts. Processing big data is impossible without qualified specialists, experience, time, expensive equipment, new technology, machine learning, graphs. Spark Interfax gathers information from all available sources and converts it into knowledge, allowing you to see the world of business in its entirety with all its risks and opportunities. And there's no doubt that tomorrow we'll be able to understand the world of business even better, thanks to the emerging digital economy, cutting-edge technology, and the availability of new information about the lives of companies. Knowledge decreases risks and creates trust, the foundation of any successful business. Knowledge is information, but not all information turns into knowledge. Today, every company leaves digital footprints in hundreds of different sources. But this information by itself does not tell you who it is you're looking at and what the risks of doing business with them are. Businesses can't exist in a vacuum. They need employees, customers, partners, contractors, investors. Good counteragents help a company succeed, create products, make profit, expand business opportunities. But what about bad ones? 49% of organizations around the world say that they've been victims of fraud or economic crime. 2/3 of Russian companies say they've encountered economic crime in the past 2 years. This is significantly higher than the global average. Every year, 15% of companies simply disappear, whether on their own initiative or because they're forced to do so by tax bodies, often leaving unpaid debts. If you want to minimize your risk, you need to find and analyze every scrap of information you can, identifying, analyzing, collecting facts. Processing big data is impossible without qualified specialists, experience, time, expensive equipment, new technology, machine learning, graphs. Spark Interfax gathers information from all available sources and converts it into knowledge, allowing you to see the world of business in its entirety with all its risks and opportunities. And there's no doubt that tomorrow we'll be able to understand the world of business even better, thanks to the emerging digital economy, cutting-edge technology, and the availability of new information about the lives of companies. Knowledge decreases risks and creates trust, the foundation of any successful business. Knowledge is information, but not all information turns into knowledge. Today, every company leaves digital footprints in hundreds of different sources. But this information by itself does not tell you who it is you're looking at and what the risks of doing business with them are. Businesses can't exist in a vacuum. They need employees, customers, partners, contractors, investors. Good counteragents help a company succeed, create products, make profit, expand business opportunities. But what about bad ones? 49% of organizations around the world say that they've been victims of fraud or economic crime. 2/3 of Russian companies say they've encountered economic crime in the past 2 years. This is significantly higher than the global average. Every year, 15% of companies simply disappear, whether on their own initiative or because they're forced to do so by tax bodies, often leaving unpaid debts. If you want to minimize your risk, you need to find and analyze every scrap of information you can, identifying, analyzing, collecting facts. Processing big data is impossible without qualified specialists, experience, time, expensive equipment, new technology, machine learning, graphs. Spark Interfax gathers information from all available sources and converts it into knowledge, allowing you to see the world of business in its entirety with all its risks and opportunities. And there's no doubt that tomorrow we'll be able to understand the world of business even better, thanks to the emerging digital economy, cutting-edge technology, and the availability of new information about the lives of companies. Knowledge decreases risks and creates trust, the foundation of any successful business.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for joining us again. This is Renaissance Capital's 25th annual conference on Russia. Alexei Moiseev has been kind enough to join us again. He's been Deputy Finance Minister since 2012. But some years prior to that, he would have been running these sessions for RenCap. So we've got a long history with Alexei, and I'm just delighted that you can join us again on this session. The way we've structured this, and we're going to try and do it by Q&A. I think everyone's fairly aware of Russia's fantastic fiscal position, incredibly low levels of debt. It's one of the safer credits in not just the emerging markets, but I'd argue globally, as a result of such good fiscal policy over such a long period of time. So what I'd like to do is I'm going to hand over to Sofia Donets, our economist, who's going to ask the sensible questions and get the conversation going. So Sofia, over to you.
Hi, Charlie, thank you. Hello, Alexei, it's so good to see you today with us. Thank you for joining us again. We know you have quite a tough schedule. So just to start, I have some thoughts about that. Like 5 years ago, we would start the discussion with the Minfin with like questions like where the fiscal balance would be, what the Minfin will do with excessive oil revenues given the growing oil prices, and what's about borrowing. But I think that given that fiscal rule is in place and given how transparent the Ministry of Finance is now, it became quite a boring questions. So probably it's given us a chance to focus on those questions that you are supervising for the Ministry of Finance, which are focused more on the development of the financial market, and that's so important for now. So probably just to start with quite a broad question, I would ask, what's the main trends that you see now in the financial market and financial industry of Russia that the Minfin would like to be long-term and to stay there, or some trends that you could you would prefer to be short-term? So what's things that you like and would support, and what's things that you don't like and probably would discourage? So what's your view?
Well, first of all, very glad to see you all, and it's unfortunate that I cannot see all participants. I'm sure I would have seen many familiar faces, but it is what it is, and it's my pleasure, and I'm honored to participate in probably the 20th RenCap conference in a row. I don't think I missed a single one in those last 20 years. So it's a little jubilee for me as well in this respect. But to be more serious, of course, the main trend of Russia's financial markets this year is that finally we're seeing a large inflow of individual funds into the stock market. And stock market in broad sense, including shares and bonds and all other instruments of the financial market. And unfortunately, in some obscurely structured instruments as well. And that is, on the one hand, is something we wanted for all along, for an average Russian to actually come and invest in the financial markets and form a portfolio other than simply deposits in the bank. On the other hand, what we have seen is a massive effort by a number of Russian financial market organizations to sell high margin products to customers without caring much about explaining them the actual risks of those products. This is not a unique problem for Russia. This is a problem for many countries. This is why most countries have introduced the qualified and unqualified investor categorization. This is why people pass through various exams on what they can and cannot sell to clients. And this is why some people went to prison in some of very developed financial market jurisdictions. But what we are seeing, unfortunately, is that this is the first major try of average of Russian people en masse with the financial markets. They have been active all along, but numbers we've seen this year are tenfold what we've seen in previous times. So we see a massive new amount of accounts, a massive new amount of people. And it would be very unfortunate if people were to get burned by those structured instruments and then turn their backs into structured in favor of the financial market, structured in favor of the financial markets, as opposed to deposits. Plus, the interest rates have been very low in the deposit market. People started using financial markets, and that is the main positive news. In fact, the main news, but also a big challenge for the regulators to avoid and get rid of fraud in this market.
Great, thank you. That's indeed a very important trend. And the other thing that is quite trendy and which is in focus in our conference, actually, it was a panel yesterday, which was devoted to like ESG finance, decarbonization, and the development of, let's say, green finance. So I've just heard your interview on the green bonds and regulations for the green bonds. Can you please comment, how do you see the future of the green finance in Russia, and what should be done before we have, let's say, a boost in this industry?
Well, it's probably a little broader process than simply green financing, the way we treat it. Generally speaking, ESG, of course, as you know, is more than ecology is only one letter in this acronym, right? There are two more, and that also requires changes to corporate governance and a number of other things. And therefore, what I've been seeing on my plate is, of course, two things. One is, you already mentioned the green bonds, but second thing is the Ministry of Finance has now been made, about a year and a half ago, been made responsible for management of basically act as a shareholder for the state-owned companies. We, of course, need to implement a number of changes in how the state-owned companies have been run with respect to the ESG agenda. So it's easier for me to respond to the second part. Basically, what we're doing now, we're setting up ESG committees and subcommittees on the boards, and tasking them with development of the green strategy or broader ESG strategy of Russian state-owned companies. A number of them have already started doing this. Speaking of green bonds, the main problem that we're seeing now is, of course, the taxonomy. This taxonomy is broadly absent across the world, but it's particularly absent in Russia. The Ministry of Economy is now busily working to develop what is green bond, what is not green bond. There's a joke that painting wall in green color doesn't count for green projects, so that needs to be a little more elaborated on what we consider or don't consider as green bonds. But it's important to note that the trend we see now in the world is not only governments are willing to provide the tax incentives to issue those bonds, but also investors are willing to accept lower interest rates on this kind of bonds. And that's exactly what we've seen, policy, which we've seen from a number of major international investors investing, among other companies, in Russian bonds of Russian companies as well. And therefore, we need to make sure that there is this general feel of need to pay for the future, so to say. Some bill today is shared across all parts. People get smaller returns, investors get smaller returns, government gets less taxes, and so on. But this has to be a collective effort. But ultimately, the government currently is putting together a strategy, and of course, it will include certain incentives for green finance.
If I could jump in with a broader question, I really appreciate what you were saying about the growth in the retail interest in Russia, and it's something we've obviously been supporting for many, many years as well. And we think it does improve the transparency of the market of companies. It gives a bigger domestic lobby for better governance. So we're very positive on that. One thing on the other side we're getting is this talk of a tax on the steel companies and this pressure on companies to invest more, perhaps pay out less in dividends. I don't know how that tallies with retail investor interest and whether they might be disappointed if the companies they're investing in starts to get hit. I'm also conscious that in the UK, we've seen the government do a tax on oil companies during the oil price rise in 06, 07. I think there was a super tax on oil because of excess profits, windfall profits, I think they called it. So this does happen elsewhere. I'm just curious, where are we at? Because you're getting fantastic dividends in Russia, some of the best in the world, and that is an attractive thing for foreign investors to come into the market too. But the question is, to what extent, how far is the government going to go in terms of pressuring companies to reinvest more money, to pay out less in dividends? I'm just, what's the thinking on this?
Well, let me first get away with the question of the steel companies. This is clearly, you correctly mentioned, this is windfall tax. What we've seen is due to great demand for steel in Russia, in particular, globally, but in Russia in particular, because of massive growth in residential construction and the growth of that market, they really received windfall profits, and some of that profits are being taken away. According to what you've seen today on the wires, that's only a fraction of new profits that they've, additional windfall profits that they've earned because of this major spike in prices. So I wouldn't really put much more into this. And I was present at the meeting, and it doesn't look like policymakers in the cabinet are wanting to spread that to other companies or other sectors. So that's a very special thing, which is unlikely to be taken as a rule to other sectors. Speaking of dividends, what the government is unhappy about is basically part of the long story of relationships between the Russian state and people who have privatized assets which were built during the Soviet times. The issue is that in some of those cases, and there are some cases which are the most notorious, is this a company which produces potash in Bashkortostan. I've not heard of it. Most people probably haven't, because it was held privately. But basically, now the state has to clean up major ecological damage in that region of Russia, and the company doesn't have anything on the books because virtually all cash was siphoned out into dividends and taken out of Russia. And basically, it's now liability of the state to clean up major fields of potash development, which company doesn't have money to develop. Of course, there will be legal proceedings against those people, but it's typically unlikely that a lot of large amount of money will be recovered. So there's huge ecological damage, which now goes. It's hard for me to say how costly it's going to be, how long it's going to take, but it's really huge. That is this kind of situations are exactly when we're looking at limiting dividends. To prove my words, I want to draw attention to a government order which was produced a week ago, which requires all state companies to pay 50% rather than 25% of dividends on the IFRS basis. And that is something we were working on for many years. As the Minister of Finance himself has been very active in promoting this initiative. And it was last week when it finally was supported and this decree was signed. So now, again, previously, a lot of companies paid 50%, but there was a long negotiating process with us as a shareholder, like with many other shareholders and the management. Now it's an official order that they have to pay 50%. So again, 50% of IFRS profits is not taken as excessive. Excessive is when a company basically pays out its capital in a couple of years, its dividends. That is considered as excessive. Again, the reason for that is when people think of it, they apply this to typical company which operates in the West, which is a company created by shareholders and created by people who invested in the first place and sold it later and so on. But this company where everybody is people who, broadly speaking, either build what's in there or interested in making it as keeping it as a going concern. What we're talking about is a situation when people have privatized companies, so the assets can serve for another 10 or 15 years. They want to take out as much cash as possible and then drop it together with ecological damage and all other problems and say, okay, we got all the cash out, do with it what you want. and that's exactly the situations which we're trying to fight, and so that will only cover extreme cases. Again, if you want to see what's really how bad things really are, sometimes that just check on the internet this Bashkirian potash company. That's really dramatic ecological damage they made.
That's a very interesting point. And that is also reassuring about the new government order you mentioned last week. I had wondered whether I'm right or wrong to wonder if Russia might be encouraging companies to go the conglomerate route. That if perhaps they're in an industry where it's a mature industry, is the hope that companies will reinvest into new sectors, but rather than just give it out on dividends? Or you're saying there's no policy on that from?
No. Again, well, what I remember from my textbook is that companies should not diversify for their shareholders, right? And that's why, as a head of the strategy committee on the board of Alrosa, for example, I've been always against from reinvesting some of that cash they've earned in recent years into gold or other synthetic diamonds or whatever else, because we better pay out. And as you know, Alrosa has been paying out 100% of free cash flow, which at some point was more than 100% of their net profits in a particular year. And in fact, last year they had to borrow some money to pay out 50% of IFRS profits. So this company has a very good track record, and that is better, in my opinion, than investing that money into diversification and some other sectors. But the challenges with Russian companies, of course, are obvious, and that are investing in protection of environment, investing in local communities, investing in upgrading their technologies, in digital technologies and so on. And that a lot of government, what we call it, directives, which are basically are guidelines on how representatives from boards should vote particular things, have gone into exactly that. That companies have to spend much more on digitalization, and companies have to spend much more on ecological, sorting out ecological things. So that's basically what's mainly is.
Okay, it's also interesting what you're saying about steel. Sorry, Sophia, I'm interrupting horribly. But the thing about steel being connected to the residential real estate construction, because that feels like this extension of the mortgage finance story, which I have thought for many years was an area that Russia could benefit from growth in. More mortgages, high real estate prices, an improvement in the quality of housing. But that's something which the government's promoting and has extended, right? Yes,
we currently have 4.5 mortgage. I'll explain why it's half mortgage. The stimulus programs. One of them is the one which was anti-crisis program, which was put in place in April of last year to support the industry, which was basically mortgage 6.5% interest rate. That was extended by 12 months with a slight higher interest rate of 7%. And that is an indication that we want to exit the problem from that program. So this is not going to be extended forever. It's going to be, we will exit from that. But the other ones will continue to exist, I expect. The one is for families with 2 children or more, where they pay 6% and the rest is subsidized. Then there's a program for rural territories with 3% interest rate, and then for Far East with the 2% interest rates, and the rest being subsidized. Plus, we pay out a special cash payment of 450,000 rubles, which is about probably $7,000 for people who have mortgage and where a third or consecutive child was born. Because what we figured out is that people who have second or third child, they try to get away from the mortgage market. We find it. So we mainly try to subsidize that to extend our support to those people so that they can be part of the market. And in fact, it looks like that, and that program has been extended for families with where the first child was born. So that specific government policy support rural areas where mortgages are harder to get. Far East, where we almost see no residential construction. We're quite concerned about it, and because the residential stock needs to be upgraded there as well as in other places of the country. And of course, families with children, which have been unable to improve their living conditions because market mortgage was a little too expensive for them. So we're trying to pay for that as well.
Sofia, back to you. Sorry, too many interruptions.
Well, I guess that what we just heard is quite supportive for those who look at real estate, Russian sector, or to banks, and also for the macro, in terms of a macro perspective. Probably a bit just back to your focus. One of your focuses of your coverage is like privatization program. I don't think that we're now in a position to talk about like any huge expectations about like privatization in Russia. But still, what's your update on your views on what's going to be? You consistently reiterate that this footprint of the state in the Russian economy should be reduced. So what's your update on the views of the strategy toward the state-owned companies? And in addition, what's about like other IPOs? What we could expect? I've heard about like measures which are discussed between the Ministry of Finance and the central bank about like supporting the IPOs. What's it's about? Thanks.
Well, yes, that's true that measures of tax support of IPOs were discussed in the meeting that the minister has held with the market. But at this stage, I cannot say that any of those measures have been negotiated enough to make it possible for me to announce those measures. This has been discussed. Quite honestly, I wouldn't be too optimistic there because we would rather extend the tax support of residential investors into other types of products, such as pension funds or insurance, life insurance, or things like this. And that's more of a focus for us, as opposed to incentivizing investors into IPOs. However, and again, I'm not going to tell you name any deals because most of them are related to companies which are already in the market. It would be insider trading from my side. Extending inside information from my side. But let me just make one comment. Ever since the state property management is responsibility of the Ministry of Finance, we have promoted an idea that is a it's not that we should prove that this or that company has to be sold, but the other way around. That those who are interested in keeping this or that company with the state have to prove that that has to be kept. So by default, everything has to be sold, and government is considering every particular case. However small this company can be, for it to be retained as a state-owned company. So our default condition is to sell everything. And that is supported by the cabinet, and that is something we're going to do. So I expect a significant extension of the privatization program of the next couple of years. However, you are unlikely to, let me be honest, you are unlikely to see major names which you expect to see for the government to go below 50%, or in fact to go below 75% or 100%. There's a number of companies which are thinking of where deals have been prepared, but again, before they announced, I cannot make any comments there.
I think we're going to be running very low on time now, and we don't want to take up too much of your time. I just wonder, it may not be your remit, but this issue of the IMF special drawing rights and the potential reallocation of countries' money, country like Russia, which I think is getting 20 to 30 billion from the special drawing rights. Is there a chance of Russia reallocating to other countries, as France has been talking about, and I think China suggested it might as well?
Oh, Charlie, let me be honest with you. I don't know. That's something I have no knowledge of.
That's no problem at all. I'll keep asking. Yeah, anyway, that's great. Thank you very much. Alexei, thank you so much for your time. That was very, very interesting and very encouraging about the dividend story. So I really appreciate your thoughts and the efforts you're putting in to try and get the capital markets working as well as they can in Russia. It's great to see. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Good to see you. Thank you. Bye.
Knowledge is information, but not all information turns into knowledge. Today, every company leaves digital footprints in hundreds of different sources. But this information by itself does not tell you who it is you're looking at and what the risks of doing business with them are. Businesses can't exist in a vacuum. They need employees, customers, partners, contractors, investors. Good counteragents help a company succeed, create products, make profit, expand business opportunities. But what about bad ones? 49% of organizations around the world say that they've been victims of fraud or economic crime. 2/3 of Russian companies say they've encountered economic crime in the past 2 years. This is significantly higher than the global average. Every year, 15% of companies simply disappear, whether on their own initiative or because they're forced to do so by tax bodies, often leaving unpaid debts. If you want to minimize your risk, you need to find and analyze every scrap of information you can, identifying, analyzing, collecting facts. Processing big data is impossible without qualified specialists, experience, time, expensive equipment, new technology, machine learning, graphs. Spark Interfax gathers information from all available sources and converts it into knowledge, allowing you to see the world of business in its entirety with all its risks and opportunities. And there's no doubt that tomorrow we'll be able to understand the world of business even better, thanks to the emerging digital economy, cutting-edge technology, and the availability of new information about the lives of companies. Knowledge decreases risks and creates trust, the foundation of any successful business.